Hello, everybody. How are you doing? There's so much pink and purple in all the chats today. Welcome, pink and purple people. Hello, Death's Head raiding with a party of two. Hello, Aerith Winterfell. Hello, Norman Gray. Hello, Documancer. Lila Dieva. Marks. The Real Decoy. Drowning Devil First Time Chatter. Hellenic Taoist. Welcome, everybody. It's great to have you. So real quick, this will not be a charity donation stream. This will still be a normal stream. The charity donation stream is going to be 201, so that's going to be in a couple weeks. However, I still have had Wolf post the pin the link to the resources that VTR Writer provided for us for the flooding in Brazil. The situation is really awful over there, and people that you know, our friends in this group, are being directly affected by what is happening. And so if you have the time, energy, and money to donate or try to help in any way, please go ahead and do that. And that link should provide you with multiple different sources, multiple different places where you can donate. So yeah, the stream is not surrounding that today. However, it is something that I still wanted to have pinned today so that you could go check that out and go donate, because I really want to do everything that we can to help them. And I will talk more about the charity donation stream situation at the end when I announce the upcoming prompt. But yeah, we will be doing a stream in 2 weeks if all goes according to plan, where it will be like the Fox stream, where you guys will donate to these causes and then screenshot it, and then that will count towards the encores. Again, that is not happening today, but that will be happening soon enough. So just a quick little FYI, that is what that link is and why that is pinned up there. You sound quiet to me. My mic is where it usually is. I mean, I could turn it up a little, but usually that's too much.
Kitty cat. If I let you out, you're just gonna want back in. Yes, I assure you. I know you. I know you better than you know yourself.
Yes, you are still green. It is, it is Documancer and Marks, I think, who are pink and purple. And then Lily Dieva is orange, which is a rare color to see in the Twitch chat. So I was just like, we are having a party today. Yes, we have many Brazilian peeps here. Aw, that's sweet of you to say, Aerith.
Kitty.
That's right. If I let you out, you're just gonna want back in. Meow. Meow translation, of course. Yep. Well, now he's back there, so I hope he's settling down back there. Silly cat. As per usual, I wish you could see what I see, because he's very cute. Real quick, I don't know why, but my shoulder's hurting a little bit. So if I'm doing this, do not be alarmed. It is just my shoulder bothering me a little bit. Drowning Devil says, what are we doing for this stream? Well, I can answer that for you. So every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. Then we all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt. We all write glow. We all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Then 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of those are guaranteed submissions and 4 are encores. You can unlock the encores by cheering. And also by gifting subs, which is what Mako just did. But yes, by cheering, by gifting subs, there is an invisible bar that steadily goes up, and Death's Head, Wolf, and Mako Cam are the keepers of the invisible bar. Once upon a time, we had a visible bar, but it slowly succumbed to the void. So now we have calculating people. We have keepers of the bar. I want to keep using that now. Keepers of the bar. I feel like I could put like a role for that so that you guys can tag them and ask on the Discord. Keepers of the bar. Where is the bar at? Pray tell. But yeah, so that bar can go up to 100%, and you can unlock 4 stories. People very much appreciate when you do that. At least I hope they do. They like having their stories read here on the stream, and I really appreciate it. I deeply appreciate all the support that you are able to give me. And also, speaking of support, the stories that are in the guaranteed submissions, they are from our supporters. They are from people who subscribe either on Discord or on Twitch. And there are 3 tiers of subscription on the Discord. There is the $3 tier, which gives you access to submitting prompts. So if that's the thing you really care about, that is the tier for you. Then the $5 tier gives you access to that, and you also get into the guaranteed submissions when you post. And then we have the $10 tier, which is which gives you access to all of that, and then the first prompt that you submit automatically gets added to the final vote. And also, if you want a tag for your universe, you can have that. Just contact me if you are the $10 tier. There's also I think a $25 tier on Twitch, because it just like comes with those tiers. I want to figure out some extra special perk for that, but I don't know exactly what perk that you want. The only thing I can really think of is like private editing from me, perhaps, so that like I will like edit your weekly stories or something like that. But it's there if you want to be extra special and awesome and just want to support me with more money. It exists. But yes, our prompt for this week was Horrid Blessings and Wondrous Curses. A great prompt that has been eking up in the votes as time has gone by, and it fell perfectly after Metamorphosis, and a lot of us were like, yes, we like this connection. We would like our stories to connect. I'm kind of curious. How many people succeeded on making a sequel? And if you did make a sequel to your Metamorphosis piece, was it a direct sequel or like a couple weeks later kind of sequel? But a lot of people were saying at the end that we were like, we want to continue our Metamorphosis story with this prompt, because a metamorphosis and having to live with it afterwards very much fits the idea of a horrid curse a horrid blessing and or a wondrous curse. Thank you for the cheer, Mako. I can't chat. What do you mean you can't chat? That's not good. I don't know how to fix that. You yourself are a mod. You should have that ability. You should not be, even if a mod accidentally hit like mute on you. I feel like that wouldn't work on other mods. But anyways, so yes. Oh yes, Luna says, I made a direct sequel to Metamorphosis. Nice. Eris says, technically mine was a sequel to Metamorphosis. Nice. I guess I'll show you the list and then I'll say what I was about to say. Should be this one? Yes. Okay. For our guaranteed stories, we have Deathside 419, Koryan, myself, and Documancer. Then for our encores, we have Shini Radiation, RX Marinera, Luna, and Joe. I believe that RX Marinera is a debut, and Joe might or might not be. Joe might be a new Joe, or might be the old Joe who came back. What are you, Joe? Are you the new Joe or the old Joe? Have we unlocked Shinies already, or not quite yet? Thank you for the cheer, Mako. Chat isn't moving on my phone. None of the cheer messages are showing up. Oh no, that's no good. Yeah, I might want to either quit, scroll, get it off your screen, quit it, and then come back, or make sure you have the app updated, perhaps. No, are you saying marinara? You're making me hungry. I am. Though, as you say that. So, yeah, okay. So I originally thought that it was Mariana, and then I was like, no, I got that wrong. It's marinara. But now that I'm looking at it, I think that I did. I think that I got it right the first time. Let me go look at the forum just to make sure I didn't type that wrong, because I might have accidentally typed it as Mariana. Uh-oh, is it gonna be gone because of Twitch? Where are you, RX? Where are you? No, it is, you are shortened. I'll have to look at it on my phone. But I have to know now. I have to know. Hey, thank you for the hype train. I looked away and then suddenly there was a hype train, so it seems that more people have cheered. No, it is marinara. Yeah, I did spell it. I did spell it Mariana here. Nera, like that. Marinara. Yeah. Okay, that is correct. Okie dokie doodle. Thank you for the cheer, Marks. And also thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. This makes one encore. That is lovely to hear. I am glad to hear that we have unlocked Shini's story. Let me see if I missed any cheers. Looks like I did not. Oh yeah, but what I was gonna say is, at the break, you guys tell me to go read Luna's story from last week, because I keep telling myself, oh, I need to go read her story for last week to see if I can comment on it, because if it gets unlocked, if this story gets unlocked, and then I forgot to do that, so that is my midstream question: is go read Luna's story, Luna's previous story. Weird. I see. Only cheers we're getting through, not the actual messages. Weird. Oh yeah, and who did you gift a sub to? I don't know who you gifted a sub to. Oh wait, there we go. Say Hinaldo. So say Hinaldo, if you are here, then make sure that your Twitch and your Discord are connected so that goes through. Yes, it is a weird problem. Oh, Luna. Well, we'll see. I can't promise that collectively we won't forget, but I'm gonna try. What else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I think I was also just gonna say that let's take off the comments. I got some new videos. I got some VODs on the actual channel. So the day 5 of Dracula, and then day 7 through 9 and 11 is also, those two streams are up, and then the next Pride and Prejudice one is up as well. I wasn't sure if any of you have seen the Day 5, the Dracula Day 5 video on YouTube. Let me know if it seems low quality, because when I was looking at it, it seemed like it might be a little blurry and difficult to read. But sometimes that will happen to me where, like, on my screen, it won't have fully, like, loaded in and it will look blurry. But then when it actually goes through, it looks completely fine. So let me know if you have seen that, or if you want to just quick take a look at it, how it looks to you, if it was just me or if it actually is a problem. It will be very annoying if it was, because the reason that took forever to post is because I wanted to combine the videos. I had to stop the stream, and so I wanted to put that all into one video. But it took forever. The software I was using on this new computer might be a little janky, because I put it together real easy, and then I kept trying to be like, send it to YouTube, and it was like, failed to upload. And so then I had to just download it to the computer and then send it to YouTube, and it usually, even if I have a 2-hour video, not only if I have a 2-hour video, usually if I have a 5-hour video that's like one of these streams, it takes like 30 minutes to upload. But then with that video, it was like 2 hours and 30 minutes. And I was like, what now? And I don't have this computer on that much. So, like, I couldn't have this computer consistently on for, like, 2 hours and 30 minutes, and so I had to keep, like, waiting for a moment where I could have the computer next to me and keep bopping the mouse and getting it up. But, wait, what? He didn't do any reviews? How did they get marked eligible, then? Can somebody confirm what Death had said? Because if that is true, I will grab somebody else. Because that is a problem. Hello, chat. Chat says Mako. Chat. You mean the Mickey Mouse voice, Documancer? Documancer says, part of me was hoping I was chosen because the voice I accidentally made. When I realized it would be read aloud, I kept it. Oh shit, Antihero is gonna have to read this. Wait, Antihero is going to have to read this. Yeah, I'll try to do the Minnie Mouse voice, but I don't know that I'll be great at it. I feel like it's mostly just been a little bit higher, and I haven't quite got the level of annoyingness that is needed. Yes, alright. I saw he did reviews, but I'll double check, says Ghoulish. Thank you very much. But luckily he's not at the beginning, so we have time to double check that and make sure it's okay. But yes. Sorry about that if indeed that got mixed up. So Death had posted a picture of searching it. The search is a little janky. It won't always work, as far as I know. And so we do, at least for me, when I check the reviews, I do it manually. I go through every story and I just will write down okay, this person, 1 review, and then when I see another one, I'll say, okay, 2 done. So to make sure that it's found. But like I said, Wolf is presently double checking for us. Okay, and just it says, I do keep tabs on everyone's story and reviews below throughout the week. Gotcha. Well, that can be my second piece of homework for the break, potentially as well. Is I can also look at if Marinara did reviews and if not, grab something else. So break might be a little long today. Yeah, Mako says, is that mobile? Mobile search is scuffed to hell and back, yeah. But, anyways, let us go on to our first story, which is in fact your story. So, let us begin. A Cervine Predicament by Deathshead 419. Sir Acte rode slowly down a scenic woodland road. There was a floral scent in the air, lulling him into a peaceful languor. A cry broke the stillness. Acte, settling a hand on his sword hilt. Out of the shrubbery emerged a fair maiden, with honey-brown hair studded with leaves and a tattered beige dress. She looked at Acte with desperate eyes. "Please help." She brushed back her hair, revealing the ears of a doe. "A fairy has cursed me." "You need a priest's blessing." Acte reached down. "Thank you." She let him pull her up onto his lap as he spurred his mount. Acte's cheeks reddened. "Who are you?" "Lady Severos." "How have I never heard of one so lovely as you?" "My father sheltered me. I spent my days picking wildflowers and exploring the creeks here, always looking out for wolves." "Yes, they're trouble here, always stalking our deer." "Are you a hunter?" "A proud one." Before Acte could speak of his exploits, the trees parted to reveal a village, a shrine house at its heart. "There, the end of your curse is in sight." "Thank the stars." The two hurried, Acte and Severos entering hand in hand. The old priest looked up from the shrine, calling out, "Who goes there?" "Sir Acte, I've come with fey-cursed Lady Severos." "Yes, I feel fairy magic." The priest filled a cup with holy water. "Here, drink this while I pray over you, and the magic will fade away." Severos nodded, taking a drink. "Oh, blessed stars above, restore this woman's shape." Severos croaked, falling to the floor. To Acte's horror, she changed the wrong way, her face lengthening, fingers binding into three-toed feet as her dress became a coat of brown fur. She looked up at him with frightened, confused eyes, and then they became the pure black pupils of an animal. Acte cried, "Damn you! I thought you were lifting the fairy magic!" "I did. A pixie turned that deer into a maiden." Acte fell to his knees, watching helplessly as Severos fled into the woods. Throw up those moths and monsters and cheer for this story if you loved it. Sorry for my little trip on an important line there. "Thank you for the cheer," Death said. Drowning Devil says, "Interesting." Nice. Okay, Norman says, "Can confirm. I see no reviews from RX Marinara." Now, are you using the search function, or did you, check them manually? Lila Dieva says, "Love the term honey brown." Yes, that is a great descriptor. It feels, you can just feel that is interesting. I didn't put a comment on that, but there's like a sweetness and an innocence to that very descriptor. It is a very apt descriptor. What was I gonna say? I completely lost my train of thought. I was like, I need to remember to say this thing, and then it was gone. Okay, Wolf just searched manually, and there were no reviews. Okay, so I will deal with that on. I will deal with that during the midstream break. I will grab a different story and we will read that. That does mean that story I have not practiced. So I might change the order a little to put that one at the back because it will be something that I haven't practiced. But yeah, I am so sorry that happened, everybody. But yes, I will, and make sure I remember, because I can forget to do those kinds of things in the midst of the stream. But so be like, Kaylee, switch the stories. But yes. I mean, I guess the other option, if you guys would rather that we just have 3, and those are the 3 that I've practiced, we can do that as well. But I'm assuming you guys would prefer that we have 4, even if I haven't practiced the 4th. So you guys can let me know. But anyways, oops, show comments. So this was a lovely story. So one of the reasons that this story stood out so much to me, unfortunately, you guys won't be able to feel, because I read most of the other stories first and this one at the end. And when I did, I was like, this is like an actual fairy tale. Like, that's so fun. Because most of the stories this week were not actual fairy tales, which is totally fine. They're awesome as well. It just made this story really stand out, because it was like, hey, we're talking about curses here, we're talking about blessings, and let's actually go in a fairy tale direction. And that is one of my biggest praises for this story, is that not only is it like, oh, cool, like fairy tale setting, the entire structure of the story is a fairy tale. Like, it works really well, at least to me, as a standalone story. Like, you don't need extra context from anywhere. Like, it is just a short story that has a beginning, middle, and end. It has an arc, and it reads exactly like fairy tales read. And exactly like, just a short, like you could potentially see there being some kind of moral put after this or something like that. And it is fantastic. Thank you for the cheer, Marks. It seems right that someone who did the review should qualify. Very fair. 3's fine by Wolf. So we have 1 vote for 3 and 1 vote for someone should go through. So let's get some more votes up in here. Okay, and Aerith said 2. So apparently 2 people in the council thought that he did his reviews. So that is very strange that it ended up not being the case. But anyways, back to the story. Also, Death said, if you have any questions, I don't think I kept up with the notes this week. I know I grabbed Documancer's notes, but if anybody else who is in the list had notes, please tell me now so I can grab them, because I forgot to do that. But yes, if you have notes or questions, Death said, don't forget, don't hesitate to ask them. But anyway, so overall, I think I love the vibes of this story. I love that it reads like fairy tales read, just in the entire telling of it, not just in the setting, which is super fantastic. This is another great example of how to do this should be, a scene. Well, I guess it's not exactly like a single scene, but it is a great example of how to make something stand alone and have a complete arc, as is. So this story was really interesting because when I first read it, I was like, that was amazing. Death said, knocked it out of the park this week. Loved it. Chef's kiss. And then I read it a second time and I was like, I still love it. I still think it's great. But the second time you read it, I see quite a few more problems. So, yeah. Hello, Cheese Bacon Burger 1930. That is awesome. Cheese Bacon Burger 1930. Is that a cheese bacon burger from the 1930s? Somebody post a picture of a cheese bacon burger from the 1930s in the stream chat. Yes. But anyways, and I think, did Dessa answer my question about questions? No notes to speak of. Gotcha. So when I first read it, I adored the twist. I knew that a twist was coming. I was like, okay, it feels like everything is not as it seems. But I thought that she was the fey creature. I thought that she was the villain and that she was going to curse him. And so I was surprised to find, actually, the curse is just the opposite of what you think it was. I was really surprised. I really loved it. And that's, we'll come back to my critiques that occurred on the second time through. But when I first read it, it was super surprising. Really loved it. 1930s life-changing burger. That's awesome. Okay. The beginning is great. I can totally just imagine our brave knight, riding down the road, and then he hears the cry of a damsel in distress. Love that. We talked about the honey brown hair. That is so perfect for a deer as well. It feels very deer-like. Feels very sweet and innocent. A great descriptor. Also, gotta love shrubbery. I always love when anybody mentions a shrubbery, because I cannot help but think of the knights who say knee. And then the tattered beige dress is great, because we know in the future that, actually, the dress is her coat of fur. So that's a great little clue there as well. So let's see. Yes, so there's the gift of the knights who say knee. And then I really like, so this is interesting, because this is a story that was very overt with the prompt, right? That, like, hey, a fairy's cursed me, you need a priest blessing. And so, but it actually really worked. Like, oftentimes I will end up critiquing a story for being too overt with the prompt, but here I think it worked fantastically, largely because of those fairy tale vibes that, like, this is how fairy tales go, and it is more overt, and it works in that case. And then you learn that the curse is not what it seems, and the blessing is not what it seems, because it's, so I actually only realized this just now, but I think what the prompt use intended is that as she is being blessed, Acte is looking at this happening, and he's like, this is a horrid blessing. Like, you broke the curse the wrong way. She's all dear now. And we learn that it is not a horrid blessing to Severus, but it is to Acte. That was fun. And then it's a wondrous curse, I think, because to Acte, she's very beautiful and wondrous and stuff, and even though to Severus it probably sucks and she doesn't like it, it is wondrous in a way, which is neat. I liked the little scene setting of just, like, his cheeks reddening and stuff. Like, it's great little subtle things that really make me see the scene and see how he's attracted to her and stuff like that. This response here felt a little bit awkward. I like it. It's cute, and in a lot of ways it does work. But it's a little awkward, and I think it's because, like, he's asking her, who are you? And I think what's going on is that it's, hey, who are you? Like, and if she'd be like, oh, I'm Lady Dahlia from the castle down the road. And he'd be like, Lady Dahlia from the castle down the road. I've heard of you, but I've never seen you. And in this case, it's like, Lady Severus. I've never heard the name Lady Severus. How have I never heard that name? I think that's what's going on here. But it just feels a little odd that he, first of all, like, he would know that, he hasn't met her without asking what her name is, and he's asking, who are you? And she answers who she is, and he responds with a what. He responds with, what are you? So, who are you, Lady Severus? And he doesn't really respond to that. He responds to, oh yeah, like a different thing, which is her physical beauty. What was the other thing I was thinking of for that? Oh yeah, the other thing I was gonna say is that I tripped on that line many times that I read it, because every time I was expecting him to say something more along the lines of, how did you come to be cursed? Like, new subject, how did you come to be cursed? But, so it's a weird situation, because the line, like, I totally understand why the line is there, and when I know that, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense as a response. Yet it still felt awkward, and I still kept reading it wrong. So it's a weird situation. I do like this line here because once I know, well, you know what? I think I'll come back to that because that has to do with my second reading. I'm very curious. So the hunter line, does that mean the deer that we care about and want to protect, or does that mean our deer to hunt? You know, the deer that are ours to hunt, like the king's deer. Like when you say, oh yeah, these are the king's deer, it's not the king protects these deer. This is his hunting grounds. They are for him to hunt, not for us to hunt. Is that kind of situation where it's like, yeah, we are hunting the deer, but they're not for the wolves to hunt. They're ours. Or is it saying we protect these deer, and so I'm a hunter of wolves? So that's the ultimate question: is he a hunter of deer or of wolves? I talked to multiple people, and I was the only one who got the impression that he might be a hunter of wolves. So I feel like I'm in the wrong here. But I do think that's kind of a neat question that at least came up when I read it. that was like, you know. And does he protect the deer, or is he a hunter of deer? And both of those create really interesting relationship dynamics between them, because either he is the protector and is continuing to be a protector of the deer in a way that he doesn't know that he's protecting a deer, or he is a hunter of deer and he is now saving one's life and protecting it, and he's like, these are the creatures that I kill, but you know, this one's pretty nice, and I don't know that I want to kill it. You know, I am curious. This would be a really fun story to see a sequel to. I would love to see a sequel of him, maybe him negotiating with the fairies, like, okay, can you like maybe curse her again, you know, maybe, and trying to like form a relationship with her. Or you could also go the direction of him like seeing her as a deer in the woods, and he recognizes that it's her, and either like he's hunting and has to decide to spare her, or he is just watching her and kind of wondering, do I want to hunt these creatures anymore? Like, there are so many fun directions you could go with this story. I would love to see a sequel. If you do, please do tag me in that. Anyways, and then a proud one, if he does indeed hunt deer, is extra damning. that it's like, oh, you just said you are a proud hunter, you are proud to kill her brethren, you know, not really cool, man. Knowing what she is in the end. The interaction with the priest is great. Like, I think you do a great job of just very quickly able to set up what's going on and who's there, and it's not, at least in my opinion, it's not confusing. I don't feel lost anywhere. Like I said, it feels very fairy tale like, and it very much works in that way. And then I really like the image of, you know, her pupils becoming the pure black pupils of an animal. There's if you've seen the movie Brave, I really like the scene in that movie when is it one scene or multiple scenes? I know it happens at the end, but it might also happen in the middle of that. Whenever Eleanor is full bear mode, you know, her eyes are pure black. I think. But the scene that's really striking is at the end, like, it seems like all is lost and the curse has completely taken over, and when you see it zoom in on her eyes and her eyes just go totally black, like, oh, like it feels like all hope is lost when you get to that, because you're like, I don't see anything behind these eyes anymore. These are the eyes of an animal. And so I really like that you use that image that very much has that horror of, like, she's not human anymore. She has lost herself. She has lost her reason. And I like that. That's neat. And then I love the matter of factness of the priest. The priest's like, yeah, different situation, man. You misread the situation, bucko. And I love that he knew it immediately. And we don't really need to know how he knew it. Like, he's the priest, he's clearly the expert, and he's gonna help. And it's kind of neat that the priest would be able to assess the situation correctly, because that could have been disastrous for Severus if he misread the situation and he was like, oh yes, obviously this lady has been cursed, let's turn her fully into a lady. And then she's like, what are you doing? I'm a deer. I guess, come to think of it, I didn't think about this, but she did put a lot of trust into the priest that he would understand the situation and wouldn't change her the wrong way, because I feel like she probably recognized that, especially if, you know, he is a hunter of deer, I think that she recognized that he did not know, that the knights did not know that she's a deer. So, yeah, she did put a lot of faith in the priest, that he would understand what's going on, or that his, you know, blessing would fix it, regardless if he understood, you know, what was going on. And then, you know, Acte's just like, what? Pretty lady was a deer? I like that. But anyway, so to talk about my critiques now. So, most of my critiques simply come down to the fact that what worked in the first time I read it didn't really feel like it worked the second time I read it. I've talked before about twists, and what makes a twist really work is that you can read it a second time and suddenly you understand what's going on. Suddenly you have a new perspective and you're like, oh, this was that and this was that. And you do have that a few times, and so I will point out the places where you did it right. And one of them is the dress. So we have, you know, the tattered beige dress, and that seems completely fine and normal the first time you read it, normal human clothing. And then when you know she's a deer, you're like, aha, I know why she has this tattered beige dress. It's actually her coat of fur. And another place where it mostly works, there is a question, but where it mostly works is this line here of, my father sheltered me. I spent my days picking wildflowers and exploring the creeks here, always looking out for wolves. I didn't bat an eye at that. The first time I read it, I was like, yeah, she's just like a sheltered little lady in the woods, and she picks flowers, and it's cute. And then when I knew that she was a deer, I can just imagine the stag, you know, with his herd of does, and him watching out for predators and trying to make sure his ladies stay close to him, and you know, the deer in the
kitty. Good boy. Good boy. That's the right place to step. Thank you.
And the deer in the wildflowers, and yeah, the deer would be looking out for wolves, and it made sense that humans would be looking out for wolves, but makes even more sense that, yeah, they're always stalking our deer, and she is one.
Kitty, you want out? Okay, you stayed a good amount inside, so I'll let you out. Hello, other kitty.
But so this line really works. The only line that maybe doesn't is the picking wildflowers, because a deer wouldn't be picking wildflowers, and so I'm assuming that it means like nomming on them. I assume it means eating them. But it's there's a little question there, but I can see picking does work for biting, does work for eating. It's just a very slight question. But going back, so I actually think that the beginning is, well, we'll see. We'll talk about it. So we have the beginning here, and my biggest issue with this line that I have highlighted is that it is very human. it really works the first time you read it, and you read it, and I really like that it's like, please help, and then she's signaling, hey, this is what I need help with, dear ear, you know. And it's like, oh, that's a great way to convey, you know, what's going on in a very dynamic way. Like, great job, author. But when I read it knowing that she's a deer, I can suspend my disbelief with her talking, because in fairy tales, yes, like creatures, animals that get cursed can talk, and people that get cursed into animals, they can talk. So it is a little bit like, how can she talk? But I can get over that. But the thing is that this signal of like, oh, hey, there's a human. That human could help me. I need to convince the human that I am a human cursed to be a deer. Aha! And then do a very human motion of, let me push my hair back behind my ear to reveal, hey, here's my curse. This is very rational, very human, and it feels a little too human, a little too rational to make sense for something that a deer would do. And the thing is, I think that you actually could have done a similar thing in a much more deer-like way. So one option is you could have had her in a trap, be that a fairy trap or a hunter's trap, and have him hear the cry, and then he walks up and he's like, oh my gosh, there's this lady, and look, she has deer ears, or maybe some more deer features. And he's like, obviously this is some cursed fey magic at work. Let me get you out of there, fair maiden. Do you need a priest's blessing? And maybe he just, whisks her away to get help from the priest, assuming that he understands the situation. That could totally work, at least for me. Another thing you could do is you could have her stumbling out of the woods and just kind of like brushing back her hair as like, my dad's gonna kill me. Like, I'm in so much trouble. And again, that is with the suspending the disbelief that, she can talk, but just thinking about her stag dad, who's very protective of her, going, oh no, like, I wandered too far into the fairy woods, or the fairies section of the woods. My dad's gonna kill me. And she's walking out afraid and brushing her hair back, and the knight sees this and sees her deer ears and her distress, and he's like, I know, the fairies have got to you. And then she could be like, you know how to help me? Yes, please help me. That kind of thing. So so basically, like, both of these options, and there are more ways that you could do it, but both of those come down to she's not asking. She is not having the rationality to go, I need help from a human. The human must think that I am a human cursed to be a deer. Aha, what motion can I do to convey this? Let me brush my hair back behind my ear. Each step of the way, that's very rational and very human acting. But especially with the trap one where she doesn't talk at all, that's much more deer-like. And then the one where if she's like stumbling out, brushing her hair back just naturally, as opposed to rationally having the thought of, aha, I must do this motion, And then, if she's just like, oh, what's going on? Why do I have hands now? My dad's gonna kill me. That one's in the middle of not the super deer-like getting trapped and him taking over. And it's not the superhuman, aha, I must ask for help. It's kind of more in the middle of those two. But it is still him acting and him being like, aha, I understand the situation. I can help you. As opposed to her having that human rationality to do that, if that makes sense. And then the next question regarding this is Lady Cervine. Why does she call herself a lady? Because she is many things, but one thing she is explicitly not is a lady. I could totally envision that she has a name as a deer, that the deer have names in deer language, and her name, either as a deer or her name translated into English means Cervine, or is Cervine. I could totally see that. But her saying Lady Cervine is such a human thing, especially because lady, means like human lady. and lady of noble birth, a person in this social status. To me, that line doesn't really seem to fit the second time that I read it. I talked about the picking wildflowers, talked about the hunter stuff. And then for this line here, "Oh, blessed stars above, restore this woman's shape." Well, she explicitly does not want to first of all, she wants her shape restored, but a woman's shape would not be a restoration. Oh, looks like there's an ad break. I guess I will show you Kitty. This is Bella Kitty.
It's a Bella Kitty.
I can't tell if the shadow I'm seeing under the door is a bow kitty or not.
Oh, yeah. Did I find a good spot? Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom. Let's check. Kitty, kitty. A kitty, kitty, kitty. 13 more seconds. She's being good. She's being very, very cute and fluffy. Little marshmallow. She's like a caramel marshmallow. Okay, ad break has ended.
Alright, as I was saying, like, she wants her shape restored, but a woman's shape would not be a restoration. And, she doesn't want a woman's shape, regardless. So he's saying, anything about, like, using the word woman's at all in her declaration of please help me doesn't seem to make sense, doesn't seem to work. And I understand she is a female deer, but woman specifically refers to human female. And I do think that if you said restore this female's shape, that I would have been like, that sounds gross. I don't like that. So I totally understand if that's what you were going for, why you would not use that phrasing. But all that being said, just woman to me implies human woman, and so it doesn't really work for me to have her say restore this woman's shape. The other thing about it is that as I said, okay, like, I can suspend my disbelief that she would talk, and, like, maybe I can forgive, like, okay, she wants to go back to herself, and she is talking in fairy tale manner, so she's gonna talk here. But I also do feel like, to me, it would make more sense if she talks as little as possible, that I feel like she would only talk when she absolutely needs to, that she would be quiet and shy and jumpy and deer-like. And so, to, again, have this very human expression of, like, oh, blessed stars above, restore this woman's shape, doesn't quite seem to fit to me. I feel like it would totally work just to have her take a drink, and then, what's his name, Acte. Acte could totally say this. I could totally see Acte being like, blessed stars above, restore this woman's shape. And as for the blessed stars above part, yeah, I can believe that deer would worship the stars, or they would be in some way sacred, to them. But that being said, like I said, it does seem very human. And so having her, talk less, I think, would seem more deer-like to me overall. And then I'm wondering why she has frightened, confused eyes. As she is changing, because this is what she wants. This would be a relief, to be like, oh, thank goodness, I turned back into a deer. And so why would she seem so frightened and confused? Now, as I'm very familiar with, a metamorphosis, a transformation of any sort could be very painful and not fun. And so it could quite simply be she's like, this hurts, I don't like it. It also could be, it also could just be that maybe she feels like the human intelligence leaving her, and that even though she knows she's a deer, she wants to go back to being a deer, when when she feels that intelligence leaving, it's still scary, you know. That could be the case, but that is that's a neat idea. I like that idea, but if that is meant to be the case, I feel like I need a little more to get that. And I also feel like if it's simply here to really hammer home the horror aspect, I actually feel like you did a great job with that, with Acte's perspective here, that I don't think you need to have her expressing horror for me to get, aha, to Acte, this is horrible, this is horrid. And just having Acte see the horror in it, but her be like, okay, great, I'm relieved, I'm back to myself, I think would work better. Now there is a chance, I have not mentioned this yet. There is a chance that the priest is wrong. That the priest is either wrong or evil. that he either misread the situation. He misread the misreading. And he was like, aha, we thought that she was a maiden cursed to be a lady, but in fact she was indeed a lady cursed to be a deer, and there is another layer of horror here. That's possible. It's also possible that he knew that she was a lady cursed to be she knew she was a lady, and is like that's some sort of dark plan, or he is gonna turn her into a deer. Maybe he doesn't want our knight to find a girlfriend. Oh my goodness. I do not believe that this is the case. If that is what was meant to be conveyed, I think I need a little more to have that be clear that, oh hey, priest man's a little evil here, that he's doing the wrong thing. I think it would be beneficial to cut some words in other places so that you could have some clues like, priest seems like bad news. Maybe he is doing something wrong here. Because there is, there are both human-like things that she is doing and deer-like things that she is doing and saying. But it's, like I said, the story very much read to me that he was correct in the end.
Meow. Kitty. Come here, kitty. Come inside. Good kitty.
But yeah, so like I was saying at the beginning, that what makes a twist really work is when you can look back and you can go, aha, like I see how things really were. And there are a couple places where that's true, but in a lot of places it feels like it's not true. It feels like she is acting very human and she's not acting very deer-like. And so I'm not rereading the story and going, oh yeah, she totally did act like a deer. Like, I totally see now. Like, she was a deer. It seems like the story doesn't quite work so well the second time I read it. This is one of those things that is a problem of the stream. Because if I had just read your story once and, like, made a review, I would have been just like, this is amazing, it's the best, I love it, this is great, and not noticed these things. It is just, a side effect of really sinking my teeth into it, which is good and bad, because it does mean that, like, this sort of thing could hopefully help you improve this story or stories like it for the future, but does mean that I end up having negatives that I wouldn't have if I just read it once to myself and did a review. But let's see what folks have been saying. Wow, lots of chat. A curse opposite. Interesting. Aerith says, I confess I thought she was a deer right away. But I'm the sort that thinks about these kinds of twists a lot, I guess. Interesting. I mean, I guess I don't know if we think about things the same, but I feel like I think about these twists too. But like I said, I just thought she was the Fae. Especially because she indeed does approach him. And so the fact that she approaches him and is like, hey, can you help me? I was like, stranger danger. you know, fairy danger. That's a good twist, says Cheese Bacon Burger. Aerith says, kind of reminds me of the old myth of a Greek king who's cursed and had the ears of a donkey. He kept it hidden and only his barber knew the truth and was sworn to silence. Interesting. Now I'm wondering if Pinocchio got the like donkey thing with Pinocchio was inspired by that. Yep. Kind of wonder if it doesn't raise the question, is it a curse to be human in a more broader philosophical sense? Indeed. I mean, when we get to my story, it'll certainly be about that. I can imagine that deer don't think highly of humans. Yeah, if you're a deer, then it would be a curse to be a human. If you're a human, it would be a curse to be a deer. I guess, I don't know if people find this interesting, but it very much touches on, like, my personal... Oh, kitty.
I'm sorry. Kitty.
My sweater was on the back of the chair, and he jumped on the chair, and the sweater fell down on him, and he was like, what's on me? But to me, like, the thing is with, like, the Frog Prince, for example, the reason that it's a curse to be a frog is because you have a human mind and soul and memories and awareness inside a frog body, and that's a curse. But if you were just a frog, if you were cursed to be a frog, but you had the awareness and the memories and the mind of a frog, wouldn't seem as much like a curse, because it would seem a curse to all your family members who watched it happen. But you would just be like, I'm frog, you know? So, yeah, like, if you know you're a deer, then it would be a curse to be a human. But if you're a deer and you don't have your memories, you just think you're a human, even though you were cursed, then you may not think of it as a curse, because you don't have that awareness. Yeah, Documancer says, how have I never heard of one so lovely as you? I feel like this is a pickup line. Absolutely, it reads that way. Dessa says, yeah, it's projecting ownership over the wild deer. So I'm not sure I have my answer. Is it protective, or they're ours to hunt, sort of thing? Yeah, good question. Norman says, less a critique, more curiosity. Why would someone curse a deer? Boredom. Good question. Yeah, I guess as I was thinking of, like, the trap images, I was just, like, imagining maybe there's a fairy part of the woods that they're not supposed to go into and she wandered in or something, but we don't know. There could be lots of reasons. Yep, it sounds like Greek mythology. Sounds like a fairy tale or Greek mythology. Totally reads like one of those types of stories. Yeah, Lila Diava says, I think the deer ate things out of a fairy's garden. Very, like, Rapunzel-esque. It could totally be that. Death says, so sure, I'll do 2 sequels since I have 5 stories for the choose a prompt. And there are several which fit. I think it's 5 again. I'm going to ask you guys that at the end. I'm going to ask if you guys want it to be 5. If you guys want it to be 5, I will make it 5. If you do not vote for that, if you don't want that, I will make it 2. But it sounds like I have 1 vote for 5. But yeah, that'd be awesome if you do a sequel. That is true. It just says, I don't know, fairies are dicks with magic. And now I'm just imagining that, and that is kind of horrifying. But yeah, they just like to mess with people a lot of the time. Norman, I don't feel like we can use that word in a prompt, but I like your attitude. This happens every other week. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was cursed last week. You know, that could make sense. That could make sense of why she acts as human as she does. If she's like, yeah, I got cursed last week too. Like, I keep having to find random chivalrous knights to help me. Gosh dang it. It also, now I'm just coming up with lore bits for you. It also could maybe be that, like, if they are hunted by both wolves and humans, that maybe the fairies are trying to help. Maybe the fairies like, okay, if you are a deer, you're just gonna die. But if you're a lady, you can find a husband, and he's gonna protect you instead of killing you. And that seems like a better deal. So let me help you out. Let me help you out, little doe. Everyone who enters the fairy circle is cursed. Last week it was 3 squirrels and a woodchuck. Yes, I love that too. That's great. It's just like, yeah, you know, here's your fairy circle, and sure, we hear about humans wandering in, but what about all the animals that wander in, and what happens to them? I guess as I'm thinking about that happens in my universe too. Fortunately, I think breaking the curse is breaking the curse, regardless of what you think the curse was doing. Yeah, that is the something we were talking about before. That does the priest have to know that what he's doing? So that is definitely one potential option. That is just like, yep, like this will break the curse, regardless of which direction the curse is. It will do its job properly. Okay, and Death said agrees. Yep, that's what happens. Gotcha. So like she's been turned into a human by a curse. So all of her memories are reinterpreted as her being human. Wait, what? But then wouldn't she think she's human then? Like, wouldn't she be like, yeah, like it's exactly what I was talking about, right? If you're like, yes, I am human. I am remembering in the past I was human. I have the mind of a human. Wouldn't you just think you're human? What would tell you that you're a deer, and why would you want to go back to being a deer? This says, wait, the whole point is that she thinks she's human. That's why at the end she changes back. Her eyes are confused and frightened until those change too. Oh wait, so you're saying that she thinks, like, she actually thinks that she is that she thinks that she is a human who is cursed to have deer ears, and potentially more deer features that maybe weren't mentioned. I don't know if the ears are the only thing, but so she actually thinks what the knight thinks, that she thinks that she is a human who is cursed to have deer ears, and then that's why she's horrified, and then at the end it's like, oh no, like this was right, she just didn't realize it was right. Interesting. I might have to think about that more, because I feel like I both think that works and think it doesn't work, because that totally makes sense now as to why she acts the way she does and why she acts so human. But at the same time, I don't feel like I would have got that from just reading it on my own. I don't feel like I would have got that without you telling me. And so that makes me feel like something in the story needs to be clearer about that fact, if that is indeed the case. I'm curious what you guys in the chat think, if you haven't already or responded. She's deer nobility. Her name is actually Lady, like Lady in the Tramp. Yeah. Yeah, exactly what Meikokan said. Unless they're really playing a long game, cursing an animal to be a human and believe they were always human isn't much of a curse. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, like, she does have the deer ears, and I guess she has the memory of being cursed still. She just doesn't know what the curse was. But like I was saying before, if you're cursed to believe that you're human, then why would you want to not be human? Why would you want your curse broken? Restore this creature's shape, then it's vague, so it can mean human or deer. That would work for that line, with the critique I was saying before. But it would be very telling. It would be our first clue, like, oh hey, like if she was a woman, she probably wouldn't say creature. But it would work, and it is at the right time to give us that clue. Frightened Eyes could be going through a traumatic experience, undergoing magic again. Very true. I think Frightened Eyes is just a default deer expression. Just the acte being like, yeah, I have seen this expression before. She is in the deer zone. It could be scared to be around humans. What am I doing here? Yep, that's very true too. Yep, deer in the headlights. This says, Blessed Star's line was meant to be the priest speaking his blessing over her, though it's on me for it getting lost like that. Yeah, that is, both the person before and the person after are Severus. So Severus nodded, taking a drink. If this is not meant to be Severus talking, it should not be on the same line as this. And then this here, Severus croaked, falling to the floor. I assume that the croaked could very much be the dialogue tag. Could very much be, I'm croaking, Blessed Stars above. And so this line should not be next to either of these things if it is not her talking. This would help, but I think I still would think it's Severus, because I have no clarity that, oh hey, even though we're talking about Severus before and after, it is not Severus talking. But especially right next to it, there is no way for me to get clued in that that's not her talking. Can confirm being human is cursed. I am frog. Nice. Nice, as it says. I want 5. I have ideas this time. Ooh. I am very, very intrigued now. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. I keep eating this Phalord's apples. I realize how dumb I am as a deer each time he curses me to be human. That's awesome. Oh, I love that. That it's like it happened last week, and then it's like, you become human. Dang it, I ate the apples again. Lil Geo says, I read a webcomic a while back about a fox that got cursed as a witch to be a girl. Is that Dating with a Tail? I don't think... I feel like that wasn't a curse in Dating with a Tail, though. I feel like that was a blessing. But I have also... there are potentially multiple fox cursed webcomics. Deer girls are cute, though. Had this night swooning. Should have left her as is. Yep. And Cervine means deer. I was thinking that. I ended up not looking it up, but I was thinking this meant deer. I thought that was really cool, too. I liked that. This is one that really works, because I will sometimes critique, using words that not everybody will know. This time it really worked, especially because it was in the title, and it's just like, oh, strange, mysterious punishment. And then by the end, it's like, oh, it's deer punishment. Totally works. Just say if you needed to restore her form. Yeah, like Blessed Stars above, restore her form. I feel like a pronoun wouldn't work there because the subject hasn't been introduced, so I do feel like it needs to say a subject, but it'd work in a pinch. Especially, I mean, if it's the priest talking, yes, it would work. If it's her talking, it wouldn't make sense for her to say her. I guess, why did I not think of this? I guess you could just say my. If it was her, it would be, Blessed Stars above, restore my shape. And then if it's the priest talking, yes, it could be, Blessed Stars above, restore her shape. Yeah. Nice. Don't fawn over deers. That's great. Yep, Fawn's also a girl's name. Wolfsbane posted a gif of a deer, the face of panic. It's true. Hold on. Interesting. Wolf posted a quote from Animorphs that is around these lines. Um, yeah, but yeah, so kind of what I was talking about, the talking thing, that Wolf says, why not have the deer just shriek like a deer? Or if she's a deer, she would make deer noises, or try to make deer noises with a human mouth. So yeah, that's going the more realistic, like, if you want to go the super realistic route, again, ignoring the fact that actually that was not the case, that actually she did think that she was human. But if we were going the direction of, okay, she's a deer, she realizes she's a deer, then yes, it would make more sense for her to try to make deer noises. I do think it would be pretty obvious what was going on if that happened. And so that's part of, like I say, I can suspend my disbelief because it's fairy tale, and in fairy tales, creatures can talk. But that would be the more realistic way to go, for sure. Yeah. Could you imagine being a chill, grazing herbivore one moment and suddenly gaining human consciousness? Yes, very, very true. That would be pretty awful. Ooh, you have an idea for the midstream question? Nice. I do not have one written down, so feel free to post it. I think that line was a big screw up. This one, that's all right. But anyways, very fun story. Greatly enjoyed it. I think that even though I had quite a few critiques, I really loved it, and it was a lot of fun. So let us move on. Starlit Thoughts by Koryan. Pretty, isn't it? I pried my eyes away from the glowing lake. I read that wrong. Let me reread this. Starlit Thoughts by Koryan. Pretty, isn't it? I pried my eyes away from the glowing lake. Pretty? That's all you can say to describe it? He smirked. How would you describe it then, without quoting the journal? I looked back at the star-filled lake and let out a small, a shimmering field of 1,000,000 mild little suns. Finn chuckled. What's so funny? It's just that the fallen stars are seen as an ill omen where I'm from. He paused and released a sigh. The way his eyes looked across the horizon, and from the tone of his voice, it was as if he wanted to say more, but suddenly stopped himself. Tell me more. My voice started off hesitant and gradually became more confident. I'll admit I grew up in a somewhat sheltered life, but I did something I only ever dreamed about, and I learned quickly there's a lot I have left to learn. I can only hope I can learn more about those I encounter, no matter where they originate. His jaw clenched and unclenched. The way that this country views the fallen stars is so different. I had to see it for myself. I had to see if it was something as wondrous as everyone says it is, or were my people right in their beliefs? Who's to say that these broken fragments of heaven are something we should see as a blessing or a curse? Finn's voice was soft and conflicted. I wanted to know more about how these wondrous fallen stars were viewed where he was from. How could something that once spread so much innovation be seen as a curse? I knew Finn knew my opinions. They were all I unapologetically talked about. As we sat here in this canoe with stars threatening to spill in, I realized I didn't know. I didn't know anything about him. What do you think they are? What are these stars to you? He thought about it carefully before turning slowly to me. Undecided. He paused. I need to know more before making my own conclusion. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Drowning Devil says, man, I wish I was here so I could write in this. I just got an idea. You can join us. Can somebody post the link to the Discord for Drowning Devil? You can totally join, and Not for this prompt, because this prompt was last week. I mean, I guess you still could. You wouldn't be read on the stream, but if you wanted to write a story for an older prompt, you totally can. That is part of why the older forums are there. But hang on a sec. I see Mako posted his question. That is a good question. Let me pin that to make sure I don't lose it. One of us. Thank you for posting the link, Death said. That was pretty, says the Drowning Devil. Nice. Yeah, you're right, actually. That's a great point. Next week is choose your own prompt, so Drowning Devil could write for this prompt. Yeah, that is the one time where I can say to a newcomer, even though you missed the prompt, you could totally write for it and still be read. That is true. Yeah, and the Drowning Devil says, I'm already in it, but I might just write something for this prompt. Yeah, that's great. Okay, well, make sure you stick around to the end, or if you can't stick around to the end, make sure you watch the end, because I will talk about the rules for the choose your own prompt, because it's going to be a little wacky weird, a little more different than usual, but I'm so excited that you're interested in joining and writing for us, with us. Join us. All right. This story was very sweet. Great vibes. So I don't think that Koryan is here. Somebody do tag Koryan so that they know that they were read. So is this story a continuation of A, the Sailing the Stars story? I think it's a direct sequel to the Sailing the Stars story. And B, I don't remember which prompt it was. I want to say it was Edge of the Stars, but I don't know that it was. I'm pretty sure it's the stars in the name somewhere. But there was another story that Koryan wrote where it was talking about this person who is like, once upon a time there were star catchers, but they're all gone now. And then she looks under her mother's bed and pulls out a box, and there's a star in that box. Is this the same universe as that one as well? Lilidieva's got to go, but it was great to have you, Lilidieва. And thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. I think I missed a cheer earlier. I think it might have been Mark's, but whoever cheered earlier, I apologize for missing you, and thank you for the cheer. And it looks like that is halfway to 2 unlocks, which is awesome to hear. Is this a sequel to both of those stories? If so, that is really fun. I like that. I think I said when you wrote that Starcatcher story, I was like, I want to read more from this universe. You could make a book out of this, and so I'm very happy to see you continuing with that concept. And come to think of it, that is my first question for the chat. Especially for those who did not read those other 2 stories. Did you feel like you could understand that it was actual literal stars? Because I talked to 2 people and both of them thought that it was reflections and got confused. And I immediately knew that it was actual stars inside the lake because I had read the other 2 stories. But I could totally see how somebody who did not have that context might go, glowing lake could mean reflective glowing. And star-filled lake could mean it looks like it's filled with stars because it's reflecting the sky. And then even a shimmering field of 1,000,000 mild little suns could still be referring to the reflection. And then I think it's when you hit fallen stars that it's like, wait, I might have misread something, if you think it is reflections. So I'm curious if you were able to understand that they were literal stars, and if not, how confused were you? How much did that hinder your enjoyment of the story? I do think that there are potentially some ways that you could have made it a little clearer. Like you could have had, instead of them just describing the lake as glowing or star-filled, rather have one of them look into the water and see the literal stars. And I wish I had written down actual sentences, because even that could have issues. Even that could be like, oh yeah, looking down, seeing the reflection. But I do think you could see it more clearly. Like, you know, she looked down and she saw the 5 pointed, you know, stars, you know, like coral in the water or something like that. Or better yet, I think one of the best ways to describe it is if they grab one. I don't think you're supposed to touch them. I think that was a thing in the first story that she like pricks herself on it. But that would be the most clear way to show they are actual stars. They are actual stars inside that lake if one of them reaches down and scoops one up. Or I guess you could maybe have the main character, you know, do something like she did in that first story and kind of slowly, you know, bring her finger towards it, and then maybe Finn's like, hey, remember what happened last time you touched one? Don't touch it. You know, that could be really fun. That could be a cute interaction that would make it clear, yeah, these are real things that you can touch. Oh yeah, I guess another thing is it does mention that it breeds innovation. So what is that innovation, and could they do something with the stars right now that has to do with that innovation that would potentially make it clearer that these are literal stars earlier. I really like the beginning. I think that reads very naturally. They're like, pretty, isn't it? Pretty? That's all you can say to describe it? It is way more than just pretty. Like, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And then he's like, okay, how would you describe it without quoting the journal? And I'm curious to hear your guys' feedback, because that, without quoting the journal, would usually be something I would critique. It would usually be something like, we weren't introduced to this journal in this story, and it's not brought up again, and so it feels like you shouldn't mention it. Which, you know, if that's still fair, that is still, you know, a critique that would be valid. For me personally, it actually worked here, that it's like, hey, we're here presumably because of this journal that talked about it, and so the journal has all this stuff to say about it. How would you say it in your own words? And I do really like that idea that it invokes, that it's like, hey, you have heard others talk about what this is. Don't talk about it in the words of others. Talk about it in your words. I think that's a really neat idea that I like a lot. I'm also curious if the word mild is meant to evoke the idea of like dim, because it works. It's not too strange, but that is a slightly strange word to use there, because mild to me doesn't usually refer to sight. It doesn't usually refer to a mild sight. It refers to a mild taste or a mild like manner, and so to say that the suns are mild, I'm like, you know, it's not referring to the suns are not that spicy, and it's not referring to the suns are like gentle mannered, but I think it is referring to their gentle sight. They are gently light. They're not burning our eyes out. I do feel like maybe dim might be too strong of a word. Let me look up synonyms to see if there's a better one. Yeah, these synonyms that immediately come up are not helpful. Okay, do mild, not dim. I guess calm could maybe work. A million calm little suns, that would evoke the idea of they're not going to hurt us kind of thing. They're gentle. Delicate, maybe. Soft. Ooh, soft would be a good one. I guess their points aren't soft, if I'm correct that first one is in this universe, but soft can convey light, can convey a soft light. Faint would work. I don't know if it'd be too strong, because it might seem like they're not shining very brightly, but it would convey sight a little bit more. Placid, I mean, maybe? Not sure. Wimpy's the last one. No, not wimpy. Wow, thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. I really appreciate that. And that's two, says Deb said. Awesome. Oh, and I shouldn't I guess I'll bold Luna's to note that. Oops. Why am I going so far? I'm on autopilot. Autopilot. Where would autopilot have taken me? Would it have taken me to the bottom of the document? Anyways. So that being said, that's a very nitpicky critique. The line is great. I do like the idea. I do think it's very cute, like a shimmering field of a million mild little suns. I do think that's very fun. I do like I think the pacing of this is great. I love he's just chuckling because it's like, like you think they're so beautiful and I've been taught these are horrible. And her being like, what's so funny? Great pacing there. I like that. I really like, my favorite part about this story is its use of the prompt that, I think a lot of us went the direction of like either picking one and being like, okay, I'm gonna pick either the Horrid Blessing or the Wondrous Curse and go ham on that, or having like one person is horridly cursed and the other person is one person is horridly blessed, the other one is wondrously cursed. It is so ingrained that curses are horrid that I keep saying the prompt wrong. But in this one, it's the same thing. It's not, here's your curse, here's your blessing. They're different. It's, both of them are the same thing. To one culture, it is viewed as, this is a good thing. This is beautiful. This is great. And to another, it's like, this is an ill omen. This is bad. And I think that's a really neat way to take the prompt. That wondering, is this a horrid a horrid blessing or a wondrous curse or neither or both, which is neat. And I guess in that sense, now that I'm talking about it, I guess maybe in that sense it doesn't quite fulfill the prompt exactly, because if it's a blessing, it's a blessing, right? And if it's a curse, it's a curse. That it's not. Well, no. Because even if it is a curse, it's still beautiful. Like he is still, like he says it's pretty, and so even if he views it as a curse, it is still a beautiful curse that he can wonder at. So okay, so it does fit the prompt, regardless. But yeah, I like that idea of different cultures can see something as a curse or a blessing depending on your view, which fits with the midstream question if I go with what Mako suggested. And something I really like is that neither of them are judging each other's beliefs. None of them are going like, how could you believe that? Like, how could you believe they're beautiful? They're horrible. And with the other one going, how could you believe they're horrible? They're amazing. They're not yelling at each other. They're not arguing. They're not judging each other in any way. They're wondering at each other. And I guess that's another take of the wondrous part is in the relationship. But they're wondering at each other's beliefs and wanting to know more and being genuinely curious. And I feel like that is an idea that mindset. A mindset that we all need to have. That would make the world a better place if more people were like that. It reminds me of the Ted Lasso quote where I don't remember the full quote, but it's like, people are judgmental, not curious. And if they were curious, a lot of things would happen if in that particular scene, if someone was curious instead of judgmental. And so this very much feels like that idea of they are curious about each other. They aren't being judgy towards each other. And I think that's really neat. And that is something I like about the last line too, that it is continuing that idea of I'm not ready to make my judgment. I'm not going to judge just yet. I am undecided. I need to know more information. I need to experience more of the world before I can, say how I view these stars. I do think that this is one where, because I was talking before about the overtness of the prompt, this is, I think I've said before, this is a me thing that I personally don't like when the prompt is too overt. Not everybody has that issue, and so for others it's probably fine. But for me, it's a little bit distracting that they say directly, who's to say that these broken fragments of heaven are something we should see as a blessing or a curse, and then wondrous fallen stars, you know, using the exact wording of the prompt. It does pull me out of the story just slightly, but it's not that bad, and it does work overall. Oh, and if you're wondering why there's so much blue here, it's because this paragraph switched to present tense. That the whole story is in past, and this one's in present, so I switched it to past. But that is something I do recommend watching out for. I know that it can be easy to accidentally slip into the wrong tense, so make sure that you specifically look for that when you go through and edit your stories. Did I switch tenses? Anyways, so to talk about my my critiques for the story. So not a lot stuck out to me the first time I read it, but the one thing that definitely did the first time I read it is that she says, "Tell me more," and then she proceeds to start talking. Tell me more is very much a singular statement. Like, you just say, tell me more, and the other person talks. And you could have it that he didn't seem like he wanted to say more, that he seemed, you know, reserved or something. That then she could be like, hey, like, you know, she's like, tell me more, and then he's like, yeah, I don't really want to. And then, you know, she could be like, I'll go on, I'll explain myself. That could work. But as it is, it seems like she says, tell me more, which specifically is a statement that kind of requires you to stop talking. And then she continues talking and is talking about herself. And it does work by the end for the most part, because I do understand, like, oh, okay, she's trying to explain, you know, why she's safe, why she's a safe person to talk to. That it's like, hey, please tell me more. I want to learn about other cultures. And again, I do like that idea. That is sweet. But especially because it just starts with, you know, tell me more. I grew up in a somewhat sheltered life. It's like, it kind of reads like she's going into her life story, and it's like, you asked him to sell his life story. You know, why are you going into your life story? What was I going to say? Yeah, so it did read a little bit odd to me, and I do think that it would have helped. You probably didn't have the words for it, but it would have helped if you had him seem hesitant, him seem like he didn't want to share, and so that's why she starts talking again. But the next thing to talk about is, this is not something that I noticed right away. I did get this feeling from the story, and I couldn't quite identify it. And then when I read it again for practice, I was like, I think I get what that feeling I get is. And I think what it is that, I think when I just saw Documancer say, maybe switch the sentences, ending it with tell me more instead of starting. That would work as well. That you could just say, just start with this and have say, you know, I'll admit, I can only hope to learn more about those who I encounter, no matter where they originate. Please tell me more about your view, you know, tell me more. I think that could work. But anyways, going back to what I was saying, I think that the story ends up going in circles. So basically, so it's like, okay, the fallen stars are an ill omen where I'm from. And she says, tell me more. And then she explains, like, you know, I want to learn more from different cultures. Which is, of course, great. And then instead of answering her, instead of actually telling her more, he says, the way this country views the fallen stars is so strange. And so it's basically like, the way your country views the fallen stars is strange to me. Will you tell me more? And the response to that is, the way that your country views the fallen stars is strange to me. Will you tell me more? And we never get to hear what either country views about them. We know one country views them as a curse, the other as a blessing. We know one views them as an ill omen, the other as something beautiful. But other than that, we don't get more depth. And we're kind of teased more depth, with that tell me more. I want to know more too. I think this is interesting. And so I'm like, yes, please do tell more. And so when he doesn't answer and he's like, your country views things weirdly, it's like, okay, we know that, you two view each other, your two countries view it differently. Tell me more. Like, I want to hear more about how your countries view it. And then this paragraph is kind of the similar thing where it's like, our countries view them very differently. Who's to say? And then it ends with, who's to say? And like I said, there are things I really like about that ending, and there are things that very much work about this, but once I spent more time with this, again, a result of spending more time with the story, but once I spent more time with it, then I realized that it does feel like the story repeats itself and goes in circles. And so I do think that it could have made for a richer story if he did answer, or if she herself explained more about how her country views the stars. I think that could have made for a richer story. Let me see. Was there anything else to say? Yep. This is a little nitpicky, but I did something I only ever dreamed about. I assume she means like I'm here. I walked out of my sheltered life and I came here. But it is a slight confusing thing that to say, I did something I only ever dreamed about. And especially for somebody who hasn't read the other stories, you might be like, okay, tell me more. What do you mean something? Just reverse carding her, yeah. Oh, and I think that's my way of asking what I asked at the beginning. Let's see what folks have been saying. Luna says, I didn't get to review this story, but I really love this story. Sweet, intimate, and vivid. It's one of my favorites from this week. Thank you for sharing, Cor. Oh, that's very sweet. Drowning Devil says, it sounded more like a deflection to me, though I could be remembering it wrong. It could be a deflection, yes, but I still stand by what I said, that it could have made for a richer story even if he has his reasons for, just Uno reverse carding her. I think it could have made for a richer story to actually have him answer. Or if he could even say directly, be honest, be like, I don't really want to talk about it. And she could be like, well, maybe I'll talk about it. Because even though, he has heard her opinions, we haven't. And so, we have no idea what her opinions are. And so, other than what she said in this story. And so you could, instead of having this line, have her go into it. Maybe he could even be like, yeah, you've said this 1,000 times already, something like that. That being said, I do like this line. I do feel like that is very relatable to a lot of us. At least it is to me when I have my obsession that it's all I want to talk about. It's like, yeah, you know how I feel about this thing. It's all I unapologetically talk about. So that's fun. Drowning Devil says, I did not know that they were physical stars. I thought it was metaphorical. Gotcha. Could be like glowworms, like under the water. That would be fun. Honestly, even I thought they were just really digging into that metaphor. And I really love metaphors, so I still enjoyed it, even if I was wrong. Very fair. Very fair. Mako says, honestly, I think the main issue is that stars, as we know it, cannot exist in a lake, let alone in multitudes. So what they are, aside from stars, would be important to know that they are literal stars. In Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, for example, you see things fall from the sky, and they're called star fragments. So, you get that they are a shining object from space, or at least the sky, and you accept what it is, even if it's not a star like the sun is, unless they are, and the sun spits them out. Yeah, I always interpreted those as, actual literal star fragments. I didn't interpret them as, meteors, but glowy. I interpreted them as literal falling stars, personally. But I feel like that image would totally work for what Koryan is going for. That if you were able to describe that image, like even if you did describe, that, I feel like that would be helpful. Dorian says, I couldn't be here for a lot of it, just got out of a moment. Feedback is helpful. I'm definitely struggling with the world building. That is fair, but also I felt like the world building was some of the... Well, I guess what you're talking about is the describing the stars. Because I was going to say, I felt like the world building was some of the best parts, because it's super vivid and cool, and I really feel like we are inside of this world. But that is fair if you're saying that... maybe you weren't able to get your world across to readers the way that you wanted to, which is fair. Thank you for the cheer, Mako. Assuming they're still streaming when we wrap up, can we please raid Shaper of Stories? So that sounds very like our community. Hello, Bitzer. I go to sleep now. Bitzer raids and goes to sleep. Fair enough. Describing and the uses of the stars and the cultural views. Oh, I see. So are you saying like, yeah, the reason that they don't describe the uses of the stars and the cultural views is because you don't know, how they use the stars and the cultural views. That is fair. I am with you there. There have been many times where I have done that kind of thing where it's like, why didn't you describe this? It's because I don't know. It's because I haven't figured out that part of the world just yet. So that's very fair. Thank you so much for submitting, Koryan. This is lovely. If you have any more thoughts, questions, what have you, feel free to post them after you watch the VOD. I do have a new video discussion. Oh yeah, I haven't talked about this on a writing stream. I made a video discussion channel on the Discord because I wasn't sure if people didn't feel like they had a place to discuss the VODs. I wasn't sure if people would post in the stream chat or if they were like, I guess there's nowhere to specifically chat about the videos. So yeah, that's there for you to post in and talk about the VODs, and you can talk about any VOD, even if it's really old. You can just be like, hey, I just watched this video on the YouTube and I want to talk about it. Like, I'd be happy to discuss with you. So, feel free to hop in there. Mako gifted a tier 1 sub to Bitzer K. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. That's where I am right now. I assume you're saying, like, I don't know myself, that place. Totally fair. Totally fair. Alright. Unless you meant that you are in the video discussion chat. That could be a place to be in as well. Alrighty. But thank you so much for submitting, Koryan, if I haven't already said that. Now we can go on to my story. I actually have a question. Because I get, like, paranoid about where I, like, place the stories. And I personally much prefer to be third or fourth. I don't really like going first or second. Granted, I kind of wish I went second today because I felt like things we were discussing in Death's story apply to mine, and it would have been a better transition. But that being said, I prefer to be at the end. Is that something that annoys you? Are you like, Kaylee, like you need to place yourself first or second sometimes? Like it's not fair to have you be third or fourth all the time? Or are you like, I don't care where the stories are, especially the guaranteed? Put yourself wherever you're comfortable, Kaylee. Let me know, because I will try harder to mix it up a little more if you want me to, or I will just stay where I'm comfortable if you are fine with that. 30% of the way to unlock 3. Lovely. Alright, let us begin. Brave and Terrible New World. The Ballad of the Monsters. Cervine. By I prefer the term antihero. My brother and I observed the world from the hospital's roof. The sky an unrepentant blue. The town sprawling beneath us like knotted roots. Humans milling about like iridescent beetles. It's beautiful, isn't it? The stare asked. I wanted to deny it, to point out all the ugliness, but my new eyes picked up all the glimmers that fell through the cracks before. Cervine? Thank you. I blinked at him. What? Why? Well, you don't like me saying it, but for what you did. I looked down, those new eyes grazing his stump, his crutches. I have done many things, none worthy of gratitude. I wasn't sure I'd ever stand beside you again. Now, because of your sacrifice, are you? What? Standing. He blinked. Because of me, you'll never stand again. My hand curled. I've put unbreakable curses on us both. No, you didn't. Then I may as well have. I leaned forward, sighing. My whole life has felt like a series of curses. First, I was cursed with higher intelligence, which made me see everything wrong with the world. Everything wrong with them. My hand trembled. Then, my magic was supposed to be a boon, but it meant I killed on accident. It meant I shut my eyes, grimacing. Maimed you. Now I can control it at the cost of the reason I wanted it. I can safely be with you, but I covered my mouth, the whispered word feeling like a spider on my tongue. Human. I'm standing stronger on one leg than I ever did on two. I spent years as a wolf, a whole, alone. I felt more cursed in all that time than the few days I've spent without a leg with you. A thought spiked the consolation. Couldn't there be a world where we could stand beside each other, whole and unbroken? The wind whistled. No, I don't think so. But to be standing here today, you had to pick the world in which you shattered completely. It's the most selfless and courageous thing you've ever done. Look at me. There were tears in his eyes. Thank you. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. I think you guys got an ad in the middle of that story, of my story. Do you want me to reread the end or reread it? Did that hit a lot of you, or was it fine for a lot of you? I can see it hit Death's Head for sure. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Oh yeah, I could have, one of us could have hit snooze on it. I should have done that. Massa says, I'm honestly fine with you placing yourself later in the queue. When I get selected, I usually end up by total chance, mind you, to get read first or second, so it's weird if my story comes up late. Not super weird, if something feels mildly off to me. Nice. Koryan says, I was able to hear all of it. Nice. What's that emoji, Documancer? What is this person eating? Ane Namyo. I partially say that because last time I thought an oil barrel was a burrito, and so now I'm like, I'm still seeing tortilla. I'm still seeing that it looks like she's eating a tortilla, but I have no idea. Oh, gotcha. It's Ponyo eating ham. Gotcha. Still on burrito. Yep. Mind still on burrito. Alrighty, Roo. Well, I would love to hear any thoughts that you guys had about this story. Any praise, any critiques, just whatever you thought. I would be very curious to hear. Is it pink? It looks white to me. But anyways, once again, I always leave commenting on myself for last, which is both a good and bad thing, because it means that I properly get my comments on everybody else, but it means I don't always get my comments in on myself. So hopefully I can remember what I wanted to say. But something that I wanted to ask is that the challenge this week was to make something transcendent. And when I say transcendent, I mean a story that you can take with you even after you finish reading. That it feels like, the ideas inside this story can apply to my own life. This is something that will stick with me, something that I can think about for myself. And usually I don't really try the challenges. I don't know why. If I was not the one writing the challenges, I probably would always be like trying to go for them. But for some reason, the fact that I'm the one that writes them means I don't usually go for them. But this one, I was like, it'd be really nice if I was able to do that. It would be really nice if people found my story transcendent. And so I don't know that I went ham. Speaking of ham, I don't know that I went ham on trying really hard to make it transcendent, but that is something that if possible, I was really hoping that would be true. So that is a question I have for you guys. That did you find the story transcendent in any way? And if you did, what part of it felt transcendent? What, and if it didn't, maybe why didn't it feel transcendent, perhaps? But let's just get into it. So this image here was one I struggled a lot with. So the unrepentant blue was the part I immediately thought of, because he could see blue before. Dogs can see blue and yellow. But I like the idea of like, yeah, I could see that it was blue before, but now it's like an unrepentant blue. Like, it is not apologizing for how blue it is. How dare it be that blue, And so I really liked that image. That was the one that I started with. And then the iridescent beetles thing, as I was going for something that is both beautiful and ugly. That it is a creepy crawly insect, maybe not the prettiest thing, but a lot of beetles are iridescent. They do have like this rainbow, and that is very pretty. And so I like this idea of like, yeah, I still think they're gross, but I see the color in them. I see the aesthetic beauty in them now. And so I'm curious if that properly came across that way. There is an issue, which is that I don't know if he's seen iridescence yet, but now I feel like I have to write a story where like a beetle like gets into his hospital room and he's like, that looks weird. Why does that look weird? And they like explain iridescence to him. But the part that I really struggled with was the knotted roots part. That, again, I wanted for the houses to come up with an image that was both beautiful and ugly. That I see the aesthetic beauty to what is before me, but I still don't necessarily see it as like, oh, amazing, wonderful. Like, it's still kind of ugly. It's still kind of a gross thing to me, but I see the aesthetic beauty in it. And one suggestion I got was mushrooms, and I feel like that might have been a better image. That I do like the knotted roots image, that it's kind of this idea of nature and something beautiful, but it's knotted up. But I don't feel like it quite conveyed what I wanted it to. I feel like mushrooms might do the job better because they're like kind of a little bit gross and potentially dangerous, which I like that connotation, but also cute and aesthetic, So curious if you have any better ideas for what I wanted to convey, or if I conveyed what I wanted to. And then I think this is one of those lines where it's probably fine to everybody else, but to me, I had to cut so much that I didn't like it. But I am curious if how do I describe it? So it's basically like this idea of like he wants to be a grouch and be like, no, it's not beautiful, and here's all the reasons it's not beautiful, but his human eyes can see the beauty in it that he couldn't see before. And I really wanted to go for this image of like, he has been watching the world for a very long time, but the world he saw was dull, and both like emotionally it's like a dull thing, and like literally aesthetically it looked duller. It didn't look as pretty. And so I really wanted to use that image of like, yeah, I've seen this world 1,000 times, but it wasn't beautiful before, and it is now. And I'd like to deny that because I don't like having human eyes, but I can't. It is beautiful, and so I couldn't keep the image of him seeing the world before as dull, and I had to cut it down to the bare bones of the image. And so I'm curious if, I don't know, how it came across. I'm curious how it came across, if it seemed to work, or if you also got the feeling like, that didn't feel complete, or I didn't really feel like I got it, and that kind of thing. And did you get the attitude, that I mentioned? I'm also curious if it felt like this needed a better transition. That all of a sudden, like, they're talking about beauty, and then it very abruptly goes to new conversation. And I do like the vibes of like them just sitting there, because I do feel like that is the kind of situation that we're in, that they're just sitting there looking at the world, and there's a pause, and then he's like, thank you. But couldn't really convey that pause, so I don't know that it works. Oh yeah, I was also curious for newcomers. I wasn't sure if I should use the word humans there or use people, but I was hoping, because the thing about using the word humans, which I talked about with the word mortals for Spectre's story a while ago, but a similar thing is true with the word humans, that if you say humans, that will imply that your main character is not human. I mean, of course there are ways to get around that and have it not read that way, but in this case, in that line, I am almost certain that it would make him read like he's not human. And that's kind of the point, is he wasn't human before and doesn't like being human. So I'm curious if this was enough, if him, saying the word with horror and saying that he is human properly conveyed, hey, he wasn't human before, but he is now, or if this really threw you a lot if you were a newcomer. Curious if this part worked. I liked it, but I could also see it not working, and in a few different ways. Like, it could seem a little too mean, or it could seem like, what are you talking about? He is standing. So curious if that worked. I'm also curious because this was an issue I had with all of my stories, that I did feel like I was struggling not to use the prompt too directly, that in all my stories I felt like I at least had to mention the word curse, even though I got around mentioning the word blessing. I had to mention the word curse, and in this case he goes on for a whole paragraph about feeling cursed. I feel like this is accurate to his character. I feel like this is something he would say, and it's not just me having him say it because of the prompt. I do feel like even without the prompt, he could absolutely make this speech. But I'm not sure if it's something that potentially took you out of the Story, if you were like, oh yeah, here's the prompt, she's talking about feeling cursed. That sort of thing. Oh, kitty. I don't know if you can hear him hacking. He's a hacking kitty. Aren't you? But that being said, it did sound like from the reviews that people did like my use of the prompt in this story. And that is something I was interested to talk about, because I wanted to convey this idea of like his whole life has been this idea of the prompt of horrid blessings and wondrous curses, that you know, he was cursed with higher intelligence, that he was a wolf that had human intelligence. And so it's like, yeah, like human intelligence in a lot of ways is a great thing, and a blessing to have, but it also caused a ton of problems. And 90% of the problems that he ends up having, he would never have had if he did not get that higher intelligence. So like that's the first thing that is like, like this is maybe supposed to be a blessing, but you know, it ends up being horrid. And then it allowed him to see everything wrong. I'm also curious, especially for newcomers, if you understood with this line that he was saying, humanity, that it's like, I saw everything wrong with the world, everything wrong with humanity, and now humanity is me. and that's not fun. And then the next thing was, you know, again, like my magic was supposed to be a blessing. It was supposed to be, I do think that blessing, I originally did write blessing there, but I do think blessing would be the wrong word for his magic, because it was meant to be a weapon. It was meant to be this horrid thing in a way. It just but it was meant to be a positive. It was meant to help and give him power and stuff. And so, yeah, like it was supposed to be a blessing, but it meant he couldn't control it. It meant he killed an accident, and it meant he specifically hurt his brother. And then we go into more of the wondrous curse part, where it's like, okay, I cursed myself, you know, to be human, that I'm human now. And sure, that comes with good things. That comes with wonders. It comes with, you know, being able to control my magic. And I mean, I guess it's a bit of both, because it's like, I can control it is a blessing, but at the cost of why I wanted it is horrid. You know, I can safely be with you, blessing, but I'm human, you know, horrid. And then, but you can also apply it the other way of like, I cursed myself to be human, but there are good reasons why I did it. There are wonders, you know, and you know, through the story, Lister is marveling about being able to stand beside him, and that's part of like the wondrous part as well. I am curious at the cost of the reason I wanted it, how that line read. I'm curious. Yeah, I'm just curious if that felt too nebulous, if I should have gone for something a little more concrete there. What was I going to say? Because I did have an option that was more concrete, but it didn't feel as accurate. That the reason I wanted it is the biggest con to being able to control it. I'm also curious if this properly conveyed his horror. I was very torn on if I wanted to just have him trail off, like have him, like I think one of my versions of it was like, but I covered my mouth grimacing, unable to form the words, that it's just too painful to talk about, and so he doesn't even say the word. And a large part of why I had him say the word is because of what I talked about before, of like, I felt like I needed something concrete for newcomers to show, first of all, show what the curse was, or the new curse, I guess, and second of all, show, you know, why he says humans here. But I'm not sure if by having him actually say the word that I played myself, that I made it seem less horrific or made it seem more horrific. This part was really it's really the bane of my existence with this story, that this, especially this with you, the with you phrase, no matter where I put it, seemed awkward and clunky. And I had half a mind just say, I felt more cursed in all that time than the few days I've spent without a leg, and hope that it was clear that he meant without a leg, but here with you, but I wasn't sure that it would be clear, so I felt like I did need to say, the point is that, hey, I'm with you. I could have put a but in here. I could have said, and all that time then the years I've spent without a leg, but with you. I don't know if that would be less clunky. But I'm curious. I'm curious how that read again, especially to newcomers who, that is the first time I mentioned that they were wolves in the past, and so that might feel like it comes out of nowhere. So yeah, curious if that worked. People did seem to like this. One person suggested that I should have done 4. I was really torn about that as well. That I was thinking about saying I'm standing stronger on 1 leg than I ever did on 4, but no, I guess because the reason I didn't is because I was like, okay, it needs to convey that 1 was cut off, that it's not just going from wolf legs to human legs. It's not just him saying I'm standing stronger as a human than a wolf. It's him saying I'm standing stronger without my leg than with it. But I guess it might have still conveyed that as going from 4 to 1 is still conveying, yeah, something's missing here. It's not just going from wolf to human. So maybe I should have done that, but I'm curious if you have any thoughts about that. I also could have done both. I could have said I'm standing stronger on 1 leg than I ever did on 2 or 4, but I wasn't sure if that would take away from the punch of the line. This is another line that I really struggled with, that originally it was, what was it? It was like, my eyes widened, I blinked, period. After a pause, I think, something like that. Like after a pause I asked, or sighing. No, I think that was it. That's like, I sighed, and then he says this, and it just felt clunky every time I tried to read it. Like it felt like surprise to like, and it was too fast. And so I wanted to show this idea of these words are consoling, but he can't quite accept it. He can't quite accept, okay, like, yeah, which I need to come back to the horrid blessing part of that as well. But it is consoling, but there's this thought spiking that, which is that, like, okay, like, I see what you're saying, that you would rather be without your leg but with me, but isn't there a world where we could just be together and you could still have your leg? Isn't there a world where everything that we would want, happens, that everything's okay? And the stairs like, no, I don't think so. And personally, I liked that idea of, because I feel like I'm very much like Cervine in a lot of ways. And this is one of those ways where I also would be like, well, like, yeah, sure, like, you feel better, this broken way than this other broken way, this other bad way. But, like, isn't there a way where we're not broken? Isn't there a way where everything's okay? Like, I'm always thinking about the what ifs and the what ifs and the what could have beens and stuff. And so I really like this idea of somebody saying no, like, no to that what if, like, oh, couldn't there have been a better world where everything was okay and these terrible things didn't happen, or that, we could be together without terrible things happening, and being like, no, I don't think so. I really like that idea, and come to think of it, that is that is one of the ideas that I kind of got from Pandora Hearts, that's kind of stuck in my brain because of Pandora Hearts, because in that series, there's lots of like time travel series, and a lot of the times it's either you can't change anything, everything's fixed, and you going back in time will create the situation, or it's you'll change everything, that you stepping on a butterfly will change the course of human history. And in Pandora Hearts, it's kind of more in the middle, where yes, you can change things, but like one of the characters who does it, nothing about the world changes. It is just his personal life, and it gets worse. So that's the world is completely fine. Like, he changed the past. Like, the history doesn't change. It is just his personal past that changed. And the change that he made actually made things worse. That somebody who, he wanted to fix the terrible situation, but in the terrible situation, one person lived. And in the new version, instead of fixing the terrible situation, that one person died. And so they have this idea of, looking into the past, that is not where your future lies. That is not, trying to change the past wouldn't necessarily make things better, and actually could make things worse. And so that's a little bit of the idea I'm going for here. Like I said, it's a little ingrained into me. That idea of like, oh yeah, couldn't we go into the past and fix it and make everything better? And it's like, no, I don't think that would have made things better. And in this case, it's just because Cervine was too stubborn, that he wouldn't have become human and stood beside him again unless something terrible happened. That's what really made him. He was too selfish and stubborn to do it otherwise. And so Lister's like, I tried to convince you for years the safe way where neither of us were hurt or broken, and you didn't accept it. And so it's pretty clear that there is not a world in which we can stand beside each other like this, whole and unbroken. And like the other option would be them both as wolves, which is more what Cervine would want and more of what he's thinking, but there's a few reasons that also wasn't gonna happen. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was gonna talk about that. This was the initial Horrid blessing thing, where it's like, yeah, it's horrible. I lost my leg, but it was a blessing because I got you. That was kind of the original inspiration for the story, is him thanking him for something terrible in a way, that he's thanking him for becoming human, and to Cervine, that is horrible. That is a curse. And he's also kind of, it's almost like he's in a way thanking him. He's not thanking him for cutting off his leg, but he is thankful for everything that came out of that. And so it's like, yeah, it sucked, but at the end of the day, it's a blessing and something to be grateful for, kind of thing. What else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, and the other thing is just being human itself. For that, to Lister, it is a blessing. He doesn't really see much horror in it, but I did try another story option where I talked about the little annoyances of being human that could count as a horrid blessing. And then to Cervine, it is a curse. That is also part of why the first line is what it is. That is also the wondrous part, that it's like, I am marveling and wondering at the colors of the world, and the world is not what I thought it was before. And so this is a curse, being human, but I see the wonder in it. Maybe that's part of why I was disappointed with this line, is I didn't feel like I properly conveyed it's still a curse, but I see the wonder in it. So with that line, I don't feel like. Oh yeah, I was also curious. So originally it was, look at me. I don't know what I just did. I hope I did not change anything on Documancer's story. But originally it was like that, or like that. Oh, just saw a picture. There's a double rainbow outside Mako's house. That's awesome. But I was looking at that and I was like, that feels awkward and clunky. And I was like, well, if he sees that there are tears in his eyes, he's looking at him. And so I was hoping that was conveyed, that it's like, look at me. There were tears in his eyes, and that properly conveys, aha, he obeyed. But I'm not sure if it did. I'm not sure if I needed that I did part. Excuse me. The other thing I was going to talk about, like a lot of my stories have been lately, this story was partially inspired by Moriarty the Patriot. 2 scenes in it. The main one was there is a scene where they're on the roof and William, who has not necessarily seen the world as beautiful, says this world is beautiful. That he makes a little speech and ends on this world is beautiful. And so that image, is stuck in my brain right now, and so I use that. But the other thing that I used from it that could be interesting to talk about is that, let's see, how do I properly explain it? When Sherlock figures out everything that's all of the Moriarty plan, he says, I'm finally standing shoulder to shoulder with him. And there's like an image of them standing in a field together. And I really liked that image and that phrasing of it, that idea of like, I couldn't stand beside you before. That we weren't equals before. And that also is very much an idea that I was wanting to use here of like, maybe we could stand beside each other before. Maybe you had maybe Lister had both his legs before. But even though we were standing beside each other before, we weren't standing shoulder to shoulder. We weren't on the same level. And not just like, of course, in terms of like species, like literally we're the same species standing so shoulder to shoulder, but also that this idea of like we're on the same level. We're not we're not yelling at each other or arguing with each other or misunderstanding each other. Like now we can finally be together without all this crap that got in the way for all those years, like the magic and the stubbornness and the selfishness, all those things aren't standing in the way anymore. So now finally we can stand shoulder to shoulder. And so I like that idea. I hope it was conveyed. Okay, let's see what folks have been saying. I just see tortillas can be blue naturally. I know we were talking about pink tortillas, but what are you talking about, blue tortillas? Oh, I see, because there's blue corn. Gotcha. Maybe there can't be pink tortillas, but yes to blue tortillas. Iridescence and opalescence are some of my favorite colors. Yes, they are beautiful colors. Drowning Devil says, I quite like that line. I think I remember that message coming up here. I could be wrong, but thank you for whatever line it was. Human's biggest enemy, the what if scenario. Nice. Oh yeah, that I don't, now I'm not remembering if there was anything about Death's Head's story that I was wanting to connect more. I feel like there was, but yeah, you were talking about humanity being a curse, and in Savion's case, it very much is. And I guess I kind of like, I mean, that's part of the point of the story, but I guess I kind of go against what I was saying before in this idea, which is that he is human, like in on the inside. His memories are not erased. His memories are not human, but which is I guess that is the key difference of what we were talking about. That if his memories were erased, like that would be interesting. That would be a different story. But he is human on the inside, and he still he still hates it, and that is part of the point, is that, you know, in a lot of cases, transformation would not be a curse. It would not be a problem. It would not be something that you would hate. And a large part of that is because it's not the situation of, I have a human brain and a frog body. You know, it's just, I am frog. That is transformation. And so in this case, even though I am human, it is still a curse. It is still something that he has problems with. Luna says, largely rehashing my review here, but Cervine sees being human as a terrible curse, while the Stair views it as a beautiful blessing. Yes, indeed. Amazing duality. Thank you very much. It also matches their personalities, with Cervine being sour, distraught, and hopeless, while the Stair is cheerful, ebullient, and optimistic. Oh, very, very pretty descriptions, and again, very, very true. The descriptions are great here too. One of my favorite lines is, I covered my mouth with the whispered word feeling like a spider on my tongue. Human. So much torment and anguish in that one word, and it feels awful to have Lestaire thank him for an existence he regrets, and pain Lestaire has suffered because of him. Thank you very much. That made me very happy to hear in your review, and continues to make me happy to hear now that like I said in when I was talking about that, I was very nervous that him saying that word aloud wouldn't work, that it actually would take away from the horror and it would be more horrific, convey the horror better for him to not say it. And so I am very grateful to hear that that actually quite worked for you and was one of your favorite parts. I really, really appreciate that. And exactly, yeah, like I guess that's something I kind of talked about, but like for Lestaire, he's thanking him for something that is I did talk about that. He's thanking him and saying this is a blessing to something that Cervine thinks is horrific and a curse. And Lestaire, the bean. When I first saw that on your review, I nearly burst out laughing. That is an accurate descriptor of him. I am glad that the beanness comes through. I just want to hug him and protect him from the rest of the world. Even with his leg missing, he's still seeing a silver lining. For sure, for sure. A beautiful balance of light and dark between them, and watching the city and beautiful daylight is a wonderful backdrop. Having Cervine see the blue is irritating, speaks well of his hatred and self-loathing. Thank you for sharing. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. I really appreciate it, and I'm glad to hear that the story worked for you. Very much appreciate it. All right. Well, if nobody has anything else to add, we will go on to Documancer's story. Pressed for Time by Documancer. It's been a week since I've seen my niece, Talia. Now, I'm in Reno. It's business hours on a Tuesday, and people suck. Business card in my palm crumbles to my grip as the leather jacket-wearing receptionist explains that Penelope Wells is booked until next month. I don't have until next month. I have 7 minutes, and they ain't in heaven. Michael Bublé proclaims that's life on the speakers. On the left of her desk is where I need to be, the elevator. I'm an old friend. She'll clear a schedule for me. Sure. Nick, was it? Her voice reminds me of Minnie Mouse. I hate Minnie Mouse. Nicholas. Right, Nick. We're all old friends of Penelope Wells. We're also her sister, her dentist, and her estranged uncle. But... She points her pen towards the door behind us, which squeaks open. 1 minute. This could get ugly, miss. The miss stares wide. She tries to press something on her desk, but misses. Then the hairs on my neck bristle. A knuckle sandwich wants to collide with me, but I'm faster. I face him, catch the wrist, and direct momentum to the floor. The miss jumps from her seat and leans. The guy groans. I'll call security! And I need Nell. Don't bother. I concentrate on open carpet space. Lunar energy stabs my gut. Within seconds, silver spreads like spilt ink. I toss him unceremoniously, and a Wilhelm scream declines. The receptionist is speechless. The silver dissolves into carpet as the song ends. I grip my stomach. It writhes. Katy Perry sings about cherry chapstick when the phone rings. On the third ring, the receptionist answers.
Hi, hello? Oh, Miss Wells, your next appointment? Oh, there's someone here. Yes, I understand. But his name is Nicholas.
And she scrutinizes me. Ah, Flores.
Nicholas Flores.
The receptionist nods and hangs up.
Miss Wells will see you on the third floor, Mr. Flores.
I approach the elevator and press the button with my good elbow. Most satisfying ding chimes. So far, so good. At what cost? I'll deal with the repercussions later. Throughout those taloids and tentacles, cheer for the story if you loved it. I got really quiet for you. It's like I got quiet for Death's Head, but not for Documancer. So continue, keep talking to me. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Drowning Devil, I'm a little confused with what happened. Very fair. We will discuss that. Did I say taloids and tentacles that time? I was doing so good. I was saying moths and monsters the whole time. Dang it. Alrighty, Roo. So, toastiness medium. Continuation of the Metamorphosis piece. Didn't realize I used a quote from my last story to be this story's title. Question 1. In comparison of stories, is there a used perspective that tells the story better? Third limited versus first person. 2. Are the songs distracting or do they add to the ambiance? 3. Is any of the humor punchy or are they odd? 4. Can you tell who is speaking? So feel free to answer any and all of those questions in the chat. You'll get the hang of it, Kales. Thanks, Luna. So yes, the Documancer is indeed... Oh yeah, I didn't talk about this with my story, I was gonna. But Documancer is one of the folks who did a continuation. I don't know that it's a direct continuation because indeed it has been a week since the last story, but it was definitely a continuation and that was fun. I was gonna say about my story, I wanted to do a direct continuation, but I realized that most of it would just be Savion yelling and screaming, and I wouldn't be able to convey the nuance of the prompt. So I too did a sequel that was basically like a week later instead. But anyways, so I think I'm actually gonna start by answering that first question of yours, because I think that you used first person in this story fantastically. If I remember correctly, you are comparing the two stories, right? That the other story was third limited, and this one was.
Oh, Kitty, are you okay?
I don't know how to describe the motion she did. It looked like she was falling over herself, and she's just been sleeping. So I don't know what happened. If she had a bad dream or something.
You okay, kitty baby? You okay, sweetness? Why are you falling over? Poor thing.
But so in my opinion, this story, this perspective, at least for this character, is much more striking, and I personally really like the way that that it tells the story, and it's more striking to me than the other story, the other perspective. And part of the reason I say that is because third person can be kind of hard to do at times, because you really have to be in someone's head, and you have to think how they think, and you have to describe things how they would describe things, not just me as narrator, describing this as... Whoa. What just happened? I'm not sure. Hang on a second. Did this get hit? Is it this? Let's try that. Okay, are we back? Is it Is it making a horrible noise? The power didn't go off, but it kind of was acting like it did. So am I... is it making a horrible noise? Interesting. Okay. Okay. You can hear something in the back, but it's not awful. Is it just a whirring? Because it could be the computer. Computer whirring. Oh crap. No, go away. Not that. Go. No, stop. Take that away. Come back. Okay. No noise on my end. It's just loss of visuals for the moment. Then it came back. Okay.
Yeah, Kitty. Hi. It's almost to the break. Can you hold on until then?
Anyways, so if everything, no indie horror game screeches, good. So continue what I was saying. So the first person can be kind of hard to do because you have to be really inside a character's head, and sometimes it will feel like the writer is just writing how they write any character, and it doesn't really feel like it's inside the character's head. Excuse me. And that can work. It can be fine, but it's not like over the top. It's not like, the next level that you could go to make it even better and cooler. And you went to that next level that was better and cooler, because the lines of it's business hours on a Tuesday and people suck, and then I don't have until next month. I have 7 minutes and I ain't in heaven. And then she reminds me of Minnie Mouse. I hate Minnie Mouse. And granted, like, it is a lot of like crotchetiness and stuff like that, but it works. Like, it conveys the character. It's like, okay, I have a sense of what this dude is like, and his opinions on things, and it's really fun, and it feels like, yes, like I have a sense of this character, and I really feel like I am inside his head. And so I think you did a fantastic job with the perspective there. And personally, I liked it more than the perspective of the past story. I actually got quite a different image of the character from the past story. And that was also something I was wanting to... lost my train of thought. I was wanting to reread your past story. I did read your past story last week, and I was wanting to reread it, but I felt like I got the image of kind of like this, character, kind of the aesthetic of like Spider Noir, but without the Spider-Man, just like a big dude, a big dude in a black trench coat and hat, walking around dripping blood everywhere, and he didn't really seem like, he seems a lot more, I don't know, like, I guess James Bondy here, where he's pretty like badass and suave, and he has I don't know, he seems young, like those like, oh, like, I hate Minnie Mouse, people suck, like, seems more of the judgments of like a young person than the wizened older uncle, So, but that's part why I wanted to reread the past story, because I could have just read it too fast, and maybe he is like this in the other story, and I just didn't get the right image when I read it too fast. But from my memory, I got very different images of this character, and I feel like this is the more accurate version of the character. And I like his character. I find him interesting. I'd be curious to read more from his perspective. I guess I'll keep going with the questions. Are the songs distracting, or do they add to the ambiance? It was both for me. I both liked it and found it distracting, because it felt very... First of all, okay, I'll let you out, baby. Because in one sense it added to the perspective, right? It felt like I'm in his head. It's like, okay, there's Michael Bublé proclaiming that's life, as I'm, as I'm thinking about my 7 minutes, that kind of thing. It's like, shut up, Michael Bublé, that kind of thing. And so it felt even more in his head. It also very much showed us that we are in like this modern setting. It told me what kind of world that we're in, and it made it feel more real and more modern by adding that. It also added extra playfulness that it added extra playfulness. The story, the perspective is very playful in a lot of places, and that just accentuates that idea. And it also gives more of the idea of like in some movies they will play like pop songs during like fights and stuff like that, and so it makes me think of like in Ant-Man when they're in the suitcase and they hit the phone on accident and it's like playing pop music. It made me think of that, and like that's kind of a difficult well, I don't know if difficult's the right way to describe it, because this is how you do it. It's just mention the songs, but it's not something I really see in writing very often, of having that sort of vibe of like a pop song playing while a fight's going on. And so I did think that was fun that you had yes, immigrant song in Thor Ragnarok, exactly. And so that so I liked it for all of those reasons. But at the same time, like especially, I think it's less so this one, but go down. I do think the cherry chapstick thing does that one does distract a bit more. That like we have we have the more serious fight going on, and then then we just have Katy Perry singing, and I'm torn on it, because I'm like, I like it, I think it's fun, and it's like, okay, the song changed, the fight's over, the song changed, new back to business as usual in a way, but at the same time it did stick out a little. It's hard to just describe what makes it stick out. But oh, kitty, are you okay, baby? She like tripped strangely. Sweetheart, you all right? A little nervous about her. Hang on just a second. I want to observe her a little more closely. I'm going to turn off my mic and camera for a second. Well, I think she's okay. I'm gonna keep like observing her and stuff, but she took a couple normal steps and then, sat down. But yeah, I'm a little worried. Okay, but going back to the story. So yeah, I don't know exactly how to describe what makes them a little bit distracting, but I feel like I saw some folks saying they are distracting, and I definitely understand that. I feel like it's both at the same time. is any of the humor punchy or is it odd? Most of it works for me. There's one that doesn't, but we will get to that when we get to that. Can I tell who's speaking? I think we'll go through that more directly. I think for the most part, yes, but there is an issue in a couple places. Okay, so I guess I'll just start going through it and going through my comments. So we have a critique here at the beginning. So it's been a week since I've seen my niece Talia. Now I'm in Reno. It's business hours on Tuesday, and people suck. So the niece is not important to this story. I know about the niece because I read the other story, and I know that you're directly referencing the other story and saying, hey, it's been a week since that last story. In my opinion, it really doesn't work here, and I think if I had not read the other story, I would have critiqued this even more heavily, because the niece is not important to the story and not mentioned again. And these stories are meant to stand alone. And so you could do this story just as easily without mentioning her, and it would be clearer, and it wouldn't have the opportunity for this confusion. And I think it's especially an issue as the first line, because the first line is when people are getting their bearings in the story. And so to start by saying, okay, it's been a week since I've seen my niece Talia, kind of implies, okay, so the story, it's been a week since I've seen her, and it could either be, oh, she's lost, something happened to her, or it could be, oh, we're going to go see her now. It's been a bit. But that's not the case at all. It is just saying, hey, it's been a week since the last story. Well, this story is meant to stand alone from the last story, and mentioning that kind of makes it not stand alone from the past story. And it, I think would, and like I said, it could definitely cause some confusion if you haven't read that story, wondering why the niece is mentioned when she really isn't important to what's going on here. Yeah, this is great. I liked, so, and people suck. I like that kind of, surprising, fun, surprising character, moment at the end. And then I really like the business card in my poem, Crumbling. Of course, it makes me think of one scene from the Moriarty anime where Sherlock is holding a ticket and just crumbles it and is like, ugh. It's very much that image, and again, it shows his character, that what he's like, that he's kind of grouchy, at least at the moment, he's pretty grouchy, and so that's a great little image. I like a lot. I really love, I got 7 minutes and they ain't in heaven. I think that line really lands for me. That's a lot of fun. I don't know, I'm not super familiar with that, and so I don't know if ain't would be the correct phrase to use there. That ain't did stand out a little bit to me. I think to me it would have flowed better as, I have 7 minutes and they aren't in heaven. Because he doesn't use ain'ts. He doesn't use, like, Southern, speak in any other part of the story. So, especially once I know that, it does stand out a bit. Nonetheless, I love the idea. I think it's a lot of fun. And I think part of why the first song doesn't distract me as much is because it feels like, even though it's a little odd, it does in a way flow, that it's like 7 minutes and they ain't in heaven. Michael Bublé proclaims that's life on the speakers. And on the left of her desk is where I need to be, the elevator. That it's kind of describing what's going on here. It's like, okay, here's what she's saying. She's saying she's booked. I have 7 minutes, looking at the clock. All right, here's the song, here's the song that's playing. All right, here's the elevator. Like, kind of feels like that to me. And then this is great too. I love that it's like, okay, her voice reminds me of Minnie Mouse, and that could just be a descriptor. For that could just be a descriptor. But you actually go into how does the character feel about Minnie Mouse? He hates Minnie Mouse, and I like that it just feels like he hates the world right now. That it's like, yeah, her voice reminds me of Minnie Mouse, and the reader might be like, yeah, childhood fun, and he's like, I hate Minnie Mouse. It's like, oh, okay, and I think that's. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm describing it well, but I think that's fun, and I like it. And then he's like, Nicholas, don't call me Nick. That tells you a little something about his character as well. I think that's fun. And I love this too. I love, yeah. We're all old friends of Penelope Wills. We're also her sister, her dentist, and her estranged uncle. I love that way of describing. She's heard this before. Everybody comes into the office pretending to know her, know this famous celebrity. And he's like, no, actually, but I do know this famous celebrity, though. And so I think that's a lot of fun. I do feel like maybe something like an eye roll could help convey it, because it is a little bit of a strange phrasing. This is one that I read to my dad, and he did not get it. He didn't get it like I did. And so I do think that making sure you have a little action there of like, yeah, eye roll. We're all friends of Penelope Wells. The voice also could contribute, that I do think if I read it like that, if I read, yeah, we're all friends of Penelope Wells, we're also her sister, her dentist, and her estranged uncle. I think he would have got it, but in the Minnie Mouse voice, I can't really do that. I'm curious why it says that she points the pen towards the door behind us, because I was very much imagining, like, there's an ad break, that he's here and she's in front of him and she's facing him. And they're like by a desk, And so behind us would mean that they're right next to each other. She's standing here facing the same way, and they're talking like this kind of, and then she points to the door behind them. So I'm not really sure what that means, if I misunderstood the scene or if it's just a slip up. Okay. So, here we get to the most confusing part of the story. So, here is how I read the scene and how I got confused. So, she points her pen towards the door behind us, which squeaks open. 1 minute. This could get ugly, miss. I assumed that the door squeaking open was security coming in. I was like, and then he says this could get ugly because he's saying, I am not going to leave. That he's like, I have 1 minute, I cannot leave. And so, door squeaks open, she's like, okay, security's coming to get you, bud. And he's like, I'm gonna fight security. This could get ugly. And then she tries to press something. I don't know what she's trying to press. And then, the security guard tries to hit him, and then he gets the upper hand. And then I already was assuming this was her. I'll call security. And I'm like, isn't that security? Like, what do you mean, I'll call security? And, so then I was like, I thought this was security. And we'll come back to this. And then, don't bother. And I'm assuming that's him talking. And I'm like, why would he say don't bother? He's the one that she just called security on. And we'll come to the silver stuff in a second. But so that was how I interpreted it, and I got very confused. Well, through some help of a friend, I have learned what seems to actually have been going on. There's an intruder there's another person. There's another person, and the door squeaking open is somebody's after him. And this person who's after him comes in, and he's saying, "This could get ugly, miss," saying, "You might want to look away. We're about to have an altercation." She tries to press for security for the intruder, misses. And then they fight, and the knuckle sandwich is this intruder. And then she says, "I'll call security on the intruder," and the reason he says don't bother is because it's not on him. I'm calling it on the intruder. And so so the thing is, I think that the reason that it's described the way it is because it's in first person. He doesn't see the person come in. He hears the door squeak. He doesn't see the face. He sees the knuckle sandwich. And I do applaud you for doing that, because that is again, not something people usually think about with first person. And so the fact that you thought through it and were like, he would not see this, he would not see the person, he would hear it, he would see the hand, is great. And it would work in a novel. Unfortunately, it really does not work here, because the door just squeaks open and we don't know what acted upon it. It could be a security guard, it could be an intruder, it could be the wind, it could be anything. And it is a big deal to have a stranger, an intruder, come in. And that really needs to be clarified. That is not something that can be left to that can just be left to, oh, I can't describe the intruder because he wouldn't be seeing them yet. He knows who this, especially because he knows who this person is. And so having a new character be introduced, an intruder, a new part of the situation, needs to be clear to the reader. And so the door squeaking open, like he could say something like, I hear my stalker's footsteps, or something like that. I don't know exactly. I don't know who this person is or why they're intruding, but I'll just call them, my stalker for now. But it's like, she points her pen towards the door behind us, which squeaks open. He's found me. You could do something like that, and then I would know, oh, okay, so this is probably not security. If you're saying he's found me, probably not security, probably something else. And then so same issue with the knuckle sandwich. Like, yes, I applaud you for being in his perspective, but it doesn't tell me that this is from a stranger. It's very important that this is from an intruder, for someone who he knows is after him. And so I don't think just saying, oh, there's a hand, there's a knuckle sandwich trying to collide with me, really works to convey the scene properly to the reader. And so I do think this is a place where you would, even though I love that you were going for the first person, you do need to forego the perspective potentially a little, to say that there is, to be clear to the reader that there is a new character, an intruder. But even then, like, you don't have to forego their perspective. You can do it properly in the perspective anyways, because that is the other aspect of what's going on, is the character knows something that is not being conveyed to the reader. We often talk about context, and I often talk about context in terms of larger universes, that you have to struggle between too much context and too little. And I definitely think that this is unfortunately a case of too little context, where the character knows that the character knows who this person is. He knows why they are after him, but that context is not provided to the reader. And so, especially because the reader does not have any context to think that any new person, that any new intruder, the reader doesn't have any context to think that anybody's after him. And so when somebody is after him, you can't rely on the reader to understand, aha, the door squeaking open must mean that the person's after him has caught up to him, because we have not been told that anybody is after him. And so I can only extrapolate from it what I know from the story, which is, oh, that's probably security. That's the only conflict I have seen in the story is that he wants to get in, he's not being let in. So the only, new person I can think of is it's a security guard. So,
Meow. Do you want out again?
and so going on to the next part. So I do think that unfortunately a same but different problem occurs. So I concentrate on open carpet space. I don't really know what that means or why he would be concentrating on open carpet space. The next sentence doesn't clarify. It says, lunar energy stabs my gut. We have not been introduced to any form of magic in this world, or werewolves, or anything of the sort. And so I'm going, lunar energy? I didn't even know it was night. So, what do you mean, lunar energy? How is that stabbing your gut? Why is that stabbing your gut? And why does that have to do with the open carpet space? Within seconds, silver spreads like spilled ink. What do you mean? Is there does it look like there's mercury on the carpet? Does the carpet itself change color and turn silver? Is it coming out of him? Is it coming out of his hands? Is it coming out of his stomach somehow? Is it coming out of his mouth? Is it just erupting out of the carpet? Is this a metaphor? Is it not just silver? Is it something else? I don't really understand what's going on and how that has to do with the lunar energy. And then the silver dissolves into the carpet as the song ends. I grip my stomach, it rise. What do you mean it dissolves into the carpet? What did it do? Why was it there? What was it? And then, I grip my stomach, it writhes. Okay, lunar energy stabs your gut. These things seem to be related. The lunar energy, the silver, and his gut, his stomach, seem to be related. But I cannot understand the connection. I don't understand what's going on. I don't know what he did. I don't know what it has to do with his stomach writhing. And there's also, related to this, there's another question / critique that is related to this, which is, I love the 7 minutes thing, and I love that it gives the story an urgency to it, that it's like, I have 7 minutes. I'm like, all right, I'm strapping in. I want to know what's going to happen in 7 minutes. And so it feels like those 7 minutes could be 3 things from what I understand of the story. Either they're counting down to the intruder arriving, they're counting down to the lunar energy catching up to them, or it is not, we don't actually get to the end of the countdown. We don't actually get to know what the 7 minutes were. If it's the third thing, I do not think the 7 minutes should be introduced, because if they're not going to be concluded, if they're not going to be important to the story by the end, if we're not going to find out, if there's not going to be a payoff to that setup, it shouldn't be mentioned. If it's one of the other two, I think that should be clearer, because I can't tell. Like I said, I didn't even know there was an intruder, and so I think, if you say 0, something like 0, he's found me, I think that would work. You could also do I'm out of time would work as well for either. You could say, I'm out of time, he's found me, or you could say it for the don't bother, I concentrate on the open carpet space, I'm out of time, lunar energy stabs my gut. That would work as well, but as it is, I don't feel like I have a clear picture of what the countdown was for. So yeah, I think that, and you guys can correct me, but feel free to say. So I think this part is the biggest offender of why people were left feeling confused. It is possible, and I'm also curious to hear what you guys say on that too. It's possible other people had the same problem with the intruder thing as well. I could see people getting it and people not getting it. But I think for me, definitely the intruder thing plus not knowing anything that's going on with the silver thing left me with that impression of, I don't really know what's going on here. And so I feel like, yeah, I feel like that is what left people confused. So to this here is the answer to your question of the humor, and that I said, like I said, in a lot of places it works. There is one place where it didn't. This place. So a Wilhelm scream is basically an inside joke between the creators of the movie or TV show and the audience. It is a fourth wall break. It is not something that is inside the universe of the story. Inside the universe of the story, the character is just screaming. There's nothing special about this scream. It is just, they're just screaming. But we, as the audience, have been trained to hear that specific scream. And so we know when it's used, haha, we have a little inside joke, us. It does not work, in my opinion, in a written piece for that reason. That inside the story, it wouldn't be a Wilhelm scream. Inside the story, it would just be a scream. And so, and it, like I said, and at the end of the day, it's also an auditory thing, that it's also just something you hear, not something that, that can be written exactly and work, if that makes sense. So this part works, but I will offer something that, to me at least, would be a little bit punchier and would make a little more sense to me. Excuse me, I feel like it would be a little bit more fun if Miss Wells heard or saw what was going on. And she calls, and instead of the receptionist being like, oh, hey, like, your next appointment, there's somebody here, his name's Nicholas. Instead, have it be that she picks up the phone, and Miss Wells goes, send Nicholas up. And so her eyes widen, she's like, go to the 3rd floor, mister, I guess if we're not hearing Penelope, then maybe that's a little bit harder to do. But I do think you could do what I just said, of like, she picks up the phone, she's like, oh, Miss Wells. Oh, no, you could do it, actually. You could say, yes, hello, Miss Wells, your next appointment. Send Nicholas up, you say? All right. Go to the 3rd floor, I don't know the full story, and so there's probably a perfectly understandable explanation for why she doesn't see or hear it, and why it makes more sense as to why she needs to say the name. But just personally, I would have found that a little more zazzy if she just goes, send Nicholas up. The good elbow thing is the same issue as the niece thing, that I don't think it's as much of an issue as the niece thing, especially because it's a small detail and it is at the end. But we haven't been introduced that he has a bad elbow in this story. I know the issue from the other story, but in this story, we haven't been told he has a bad elbow, and so being introduced that he has a good elbow, we're like, what do you mean? Why did you mention that? So that is so it's okay. It's not too distracting, but it is something that I think would benefit from simply not being mentioned. Simply just, I press the elevator button with my elbow. That we don't need to give extra context. That is an example of giving the extra context that we don't need. I pretty much addressed that already. So I'm trying to think. So, oh, kitty. So there is something that I do need to mention about this story, which is that myself and my counsel, we could not see the prompt in this story. And usually that would be grounds to disqualify it. But you have not been read in a while, and I really wanted you to be read, and this actually happened with the last story as well, that your last story, we also did not see the prompt in it. And so I was thinking, in case perhaps, especially because last week there was another story which I also felt like I didn't really see the prompt, but I didn't really have the option to disqualify it because it was one of 3 generals. And we found out that, that maybe there were, like I said, one of my counsel did say that they saw the prompt in it, in places. But in case this is potentially becoming a regular occurrence, I wanted to let it through to discuss it. So the places that I see where you might have been trying to use the prompt are 1, the silver, the lunar energy, the gut writhing. That could be where you're going for, that maybe he has this incredible power that is meant to be a blessing, but there's horror to it. It causes him pain. But as we've stated, I really didn't understand what was happening there, and so I wouldn't be able to say if this was a blessing or a curse or horrid or wondrous or anything, because I don't know what was going on there. The other place where it seems like maybe you're trying to put the prompt in is at the end here, saying, at what cost, I'll deal with the repercussions later. To me, that doesn't really fit as a horrid blessing or wondrous curse. There's so much more depth and nuance to the idea of either a wondrous blessing or horrid curse than simply consequences, that really requires sinking your teeth into it and really diving into the idea deeper than just a last line of, I might experience some repercussions. If those are, horrid blessings or wondrous curses, that needs to be dealt with. That needs to be dove into a little bit more. So I really don't like disqualifying stories based on prompt use, and I really, as probably evidenced by the fact that I let this one through. And so I just wanted to say, please do make sure that you are connecting your stories to the prompts. This goes for everyone. Like I said, you weren't the only person that was having this issue. What was I gonna say? And something you can do is, if you're unsure if your prompt is coming through, if you're a little nervous, you could tag the council and be like, hey, can one of you give me a check, make sure that I use the prompt. You can also put it in the notes. You could say in the notes, hey, this is how I used the prompt. I really hope it came through. I'm sorry if it didn't, that kind of thing. That could help, because then we could have that to look at as we are going through the stories, and we could go, aha, maybe it didn't look like they used the prompt to us, but I see in the notes that they were trying to use the prompt, which I will see what you say in a second. So you're probably explaining to me exactly how you meant to use the prompt, but just a thing that I felt like I needed to address, especially because people in the audience might also have felt like they couldn't see the prompt and were wondering why the story went through. And if you want to if others want to offer their opinions, feel free. Okay, let's see what folks have been saying. It says, I admit it has punchiness in its fast-paced detective noir feel, but much of the action in the middle with lunar energy and silver is completely obscure as to what is even actually going on. So yeah, I was correct that it was that silver stuff that was the issue. Documancer. I don't know why, but I always think in Spider Noir plus trench coat. Why does that always translate? Oh, that's awesome. So that was the image you were going for. That's great. Documancer. Yes, that's definitely the vibe I was going for. Shut up, Michael Bublé, and adding playfulness and the modernism. Nice. Would it have been better if I made a different choice of song? I don't think so. I think it's just the mention of the song, and I wish I could better describe the distracting elements to it. I think it is like, it's difficult because in a movie the song will just be there. It'll and you don't have to mention, aha, this character is singing this. It is just happening. And so I totally like get wanting to add that atmosphere to a story. And like I said, I like that. So that's not something I see a lot. But probably part of why I don't see it a lot is because it does feel more clunky to have the character point out, aha, this character is singing this song, as opposed to the flowiness of it is just here in the atmosphere, if that makes sense. I see a cheer from Ghoulish. I don't know how much it is yet, but thank you for the cheer. Does the niece line feel too chaptery? I don't know that chaptery is the right word. I think it's just what I was saying before about there's a struggle between too much context and too little context, and I think that is a situation of giving the readers, like, these are meant to stand alone as if they were just have them work as a complete story by themselves. And so adding something that explicitly doesn't come up in the story and you need extra context for doesn't really work. And it gives the reader context that they now have questions about and want to know about, but you don't answer those questions, and those questions actually aren't important to the story. I don't know if that makes sense. Drowning Devil says, to me, I think the story felt too fast, like it doesn't give you a minute to breathe. Fair enough. It seems like the ads are regular now, at least. Yes, I was thinking that as well. Document says I was trying to convey the limitedness of time, but I may have sped it up too much. Very fair, very fair. And yeah, difficult to do in these short stories. Documancer says this is actually one of the agents trying to capture him. She doesn't know who he was. She was trying to call security with the button. Yeah, so you could say the agent found me, or one of their agents found me, instead of he found me. Correct is there is an intruder, someone's after him. Their original document describes the guy in a 3-layered suit. They found me would work. Could have probably removed the first niece line and then implement a character feat to signal the stalker. Yeah, exactly. You could remove the niece line and then the good elbow line. And well, I guess that would just take away the word good, so maybe that wouldn't totally help. But you could, that would give you the words to show it. He opened a portal with lunar energy to throw the agent into ethereal space. I think I had a hard time grounding that. Oh yeah, I did not get the impression that the agent was gone. I thought they were just knocked out on the floor. Because it says, and that was actually one of my questions, was why it says the scream declines. Because I didn't get the impression that, because you would say decline if it's someone's falling and the scream is getting quieter. And so I was like, he just fell on the floor. That I toss him unceremoniously, like silver spreads like spilt ink. I toss him unceremoniously. Was just thinking, yeah, I toss him on the carpet. I was not thinking like, oh yeah, he went somewhere. He went through a portal. And so I think that has a very simple fix, which is I toss him unceremoniously into the portal. You just need the words into the portal. That would help a lot. It still wouldn't explain the lunar energy or the stomach writhing, but it would explain the silver. He was counting down to the stalker catching up to him. Okay, at a time, 0 could work. Cool. Drowning Devil says, honestly, from the start, I didn't fully know what was happening. And then once the intruder came in, it was even more confusing. Gotcha. Aerith with the stomach writhing gave me mental image of stomach tentacles. Amazing. Deathset says, yeah, I did not understand the Wilhelm scream line except to interpret the story as happening on the set of a show, film, except it's clearly not that. Very fair. Well, he's writhing because the lunar energy is his curse. It causes him physical pain. Okay, so that was what you intended to be the curse. Can you tell me more? What do you mean? Like, what is the situation here? What is the lunar energy? Like, what does it do to him besides... What does it do besides allow him to make portals and make his stomach writhe? Like, what is the situation here? That's great. Struggling with being too obvious or being too vague with the prompt. That's very fair. The whole blessing curse is the lunar energy. Yeah, I think the big takeaway from the whole conversation is basically that part with the lunar energy just needed more words. That I don't know exactly how you could have done it because I still don't fully understand the situation to really guide you. But I feel like something big would have needed to get cut. I feel like you would have needed to alter the story in a big way so that you could have the words to explain, okay, like, you know, the lunar energy and explain how it's a Horrid era Wondrous curse. What exactly was the prompt again? I can't see a connection between these stories. Horrid blessings and wondrous curses, yep. And there is Ghoulish's cheer. 100 bits. Thank you. That's fair, I was talking more about the Metamorphosis one. Mako says, yeah, I could have guessed at half of what you said was happening. Gotcha. I don't think I could have guessed half. I tossed him, and yeah, unceremoniously assumed, referring to him throwing the guy into the portal. Yeah, we really need that context of where he tosses him, because we have not been told that there is a portal. We have only been told that there is silver, and that could mean a whole host of things. And so saying, I toss him unceremoniously into the portal would do a world of good for this story. So I think the not-so-private chat was talking about Moriarty, so... Let me see if there is anything about the story, and then I'll look at the Moriarty conversation. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Last of my bits to the third encore. Thank you very much. Thinking detective vibes for it, because that's what I think of when I get into mystery, even though this is kind of urban fantasy. Interesting. Yeah, I guess I was thinking, more action spy-like, but I suppose, I guess I didn't really see a mystery in it, but I could see, like, the vibes, the story vibes as being detective. Luna says, Documancer, I really like your story. The meta aspect of saying last week in the story is a great touch. I enjoy the music. It lends to the overall feel and lends a wonderful discordance to the action scene. The humor is fun, especially as the receptionist calls security. The line, a knuckle sandwich wants to collide with me, is hilarious. Also, Nicholas feels like a hard-boiled detective with an alien spin. I will admit that it becomes a tad bit confusing before the receptionist allows Nick to go through, but I get the gist of the story. I'm curious as to why each time you use her name it's pronounced as Penelope. Is that an in-joke, an inner circle thing, or simply what Nick chooses to call her? Him hating that receptionist's voice just kind of reminds him of Minnie Mouse's Petty. I kind of like it. I hope she gets a raise because ma'am is going through it. Thank you for sharing. Lovely review. So it sounds like for Luna, a lot of it worked. That it sounds like a lot of the stuff worked, and maybe it was just that, you know, the silver part that was the only issue for her. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the nil thing definitely threw me as well. I wasn't sure why the nil part was italicized. I actually didn't realize it was that the E was italicized too. When I read it, it looked like that to me. It looked like the N and the L were, and I was like, why are these italicized? And only when I put it up here like this did I realize that the Nell was italicized and that he calls her Nell. I didn't connect that Penelope was Nell at first, and I think that one could be on me because that is a much easier connection to make. And so, but I was like going, who is this new character being introduced? Why are you saying I need Nell? I did get it after I understood what was being italicized, but that is a question of why that was italicized. Okay, and Documancer says the Nell part is to try and focus that he calls her Nell in his head while everyone calls her Penelope Wells. Is any of this in his head? It almost feels like the opposite, because to me, like, Penelope Wells is kind of how that reads, like, ugh, as opposed to Penelope Wells, like, she's Nell. I wonder. I wonder if that would have worked better for me. That still would have been awkward and stood out to me, but that might have conveyed better what you were going for. Like, hey, she's Nell, but Penelope, you know. Luna says, I would like to add that while last week's story felt like an invasion on his part, this week's story feels more like we're getting deeper into his inner circle, perhaps because of the first-person perspective. Nice. Okay, there it is. So, let's see. So the energy is from the moon. I mean, I did get that. I do know what lunar means. If you're wondering how that's in the void being cooked up, I haven't developed it yet. I was wondering about the awkwardness of using any other characters than italicized. Gotcha. Interesting. That's fair, kind of going back to what happened with Koryans, that maybe some of the things are a little confusing because you yourself don't quite know what all is going on. That is very fair. But I think the rest of the conversation is about Moriarty, so I'll look at that in a second. But thank you so much for submitting Documancer. This was really fun. Curious to read more from you, and I hope that my comments were helpful, and I apologize if not. So FYI, I think I'm just gonna do the three. I'm just gonna do the three stories that we have because it's 6:43. And we are usually done with the first four at like 6 at the latest. And so I'm really going to be late to dinner already, and my mom's really excited about the movie that she's showing us, and she's not going to be happy if she doesn't get to finish showing us her movie. And so I'm just going to keep it to the three that I have actually practiced, because I don't think that I have a fourth in me, and even if I do, my mom would not be happy with that. She might not be happy with as much as I'm already doing. I might have to set the timer. But anyways, okay, so where can it be watched? You piqued my interest on it. I'm glad to hear that. I watch it with Amazon Prime, and I think it's Crunchyroll through Amazon Prime. But I do want to say, so the manga, the anime is pretty good, and there are actually a number of things about it that I really like, some of the like aesthetic choices that they made and stuff. But the thing is that they take out the heart and soul of the series. They take out a ton of Sherlock and William's relationship. Like that is the heart and soul of the series. And there are only a few scenes of them together or them mentioning each other, but they are crucially important. Most of them get cut. And so, yeah, the anime's still good, but what's actually important, what makes this series so good and wonderful, gets cut. So I highly recommend reading the manga, or if you're going to watch the anime, still reading the manga alongside it. So I have to offer that warning if you are going to watch the anime. I don't know what that no is for. I don't know if that means you don't have Crunchyroll. Yep, the manga's still ongoing. It's part one is finished for the manga, so it is a complete arc. Part two is just gonna start later. Um, yes, how many encores have we unlocked? Oh man, so the DVDs are in two parts, but you have to buy both parts and they're each $50. That's terrible. That's gross. Yikes. Yeah, maybe somewhere we can do a watch party or a read party like on the Discord where I can like put it on the screen for you and so you don't have to pay anything to watch it or to read it. So yeah, you have moved up now. So it is it's now that Marinara is gone, it is Shinny and then you and then Joe. Wow, dang. Alrighty, well, let me go grab the question that Mako suggested. Whoa, that looks wacky. We have a pyramid of question. So cultural context. How can you know if something is understandable to everyone or just feels that way because of your own familiarity? Our dear, lichens, etc. So, our dear is referring to that idea of like our deer meaning the king's deer versus meaning our deer that we protect. You know, those are two different things that maybe cultural context you will view differently. And like, I did read Death Said story, or not Death Said, Luna's story to my dad, and he didn't know what lichens were, which really surprised me. But yeah, he didn't know what lichens were, and yeah. So that's a question. So yes, that I don't know if it's even just cultural. Like I feel like it can just be like. I mean, I guess I was about to say like fandom, but I guess fandoms are a culture in a way. But there are lots of different ways in which you could be familiar with a subject, not just in terms of, you know, the culture of, but other reasons too. But anyways, I am starting to get delirious and blurry, I guess. So I will leave you to the question, and hopefully getting some snacky in my belly will help me get through the end of the stream. All right. Let's put on some music, some tunes. here. Just give me a moment. Whoa! Stay in one place, little bar.
Oh, hi, kitty, you're so cute. He's sitting behind me. There's the kitty. He's so cute. Yeah.
So I had a thought. While I was getting a snack. So how would you guys feel about me separating the stream into two parts? Basically, doing the midstream question, explaining prompt 200, and ending for the day. And then on another day, it will likely be Monday, finishing the stream and doing the encores. I do not know if 3 have been unlocked or if it's only 2. If it's only 2, that feels a little more manageable, but especially if it's 3, I am more tired than I usually am, and I have a lot to say about these stories, and I would really like to be able to praise and critique them when I am like ready to go and ready to say, all my things. And also, if I do that, I could add a 4th. I could practice the 4th story, and if you guys wanted to unlock that one on that day, we could. Okay, so it is only 2 so far, so that is a better, that is a little bit more manageable. But the other thing is that, like I said, my mom has been showing us a movie that she really likes and has been really excited to show us, and there's a chance that I could finish in time to still watch it with her, but there is also a chance not. and I don't want to I would like to watch it with her because it's Mother's Day weekend. You lost audio for a second. Uh-oh. Is that true of everybody? Yeah, thanks, Coolish. Nobody cheered to unlock just to support Kaylee. But yeah, so knowing it's 2, maybe I could do that, especially because I could set a timer and I could try to get it so that I could finish in time to still watch my movie with my mom. But that doesn't mean I need to go through the vidstream question fast. So let's actually I'll set my first timer for the midstream question. We'll see how fast I can go here. Wolf says, I think the best way is to either have someone else read it or reading it aloud to someone else. I often try to play dumb with myself so that I know to leave enough context clues, much like using a rare word. There's also the option of having an audience POV character, but that's risky. Yeah, great points. That having somebody else read it, especially when you read it aloud, can show if they had an issue with anything and if anything sounds weird to your ear. And then it is good to always try to look at the stories from an outside perspective and play dumb with yourself. But I feel like sometimes that can be difficult, that sometimes you won't be able to, because that's something I run into a lot, where I'm really trying to go like, how would a newcomer think? And you probably heard that in my praise and critique of my own story, that I was like, if you're a newcomer, what did you think of this? Because I'm always trying my best to think of that, but I have absolutely missed silly things before and not been able to play dumb with myself quite enough, because you have the context, and so it's hard to pretend like you don't. And then yeah, that's a great point of like, often there's a lot of like like isekais and stuff that have a character from our world going to another world, and so they can be like, this world is strange, what's this weirdness here, and not know what everything is yet, and so they can be a stand-in for the audience, whereas somebody who's in the world would be like, yes, we have our flurmalers next to our flurmaloos and the blue blues, and it's like, what is all that? You know, but it can be that can also present its own issues to try to, you know, create a character like that. Luna says, I like to challenge my readers when it's something specific to my world. My hope is that people take the initiative and try to find the information on their own. For clarification, I use wolf shifter or shifter in general when characters can turn into their animal companion, the animal inside, under their own power or other specific circumstances. Taking Lycanthrope from the lore, this simply means that those individuals change into wolves because of the moon's influence. I'm totally okay when people not understanding certain aspects of the world building in the long run, because I eventually get around to explaining it through the characters, setting, or world building. However, for the shorter pieces, like the writing group or for newcomers, I suppose I can try and mainstream certain words and phrases, such as werewolves being a substitute for lycanthropes, but I prefer the eccentricities because they help my stories to feel less streamlined or mainstream. That's my opinion. Thanks for reading it to your dad. It's kind of flattering. Aw. Well, that is the thing about, like, lichens, right? Because I was really surprised when he did not know what lichen meant, because I was like, doesn't everyone know that means wolf? And I am steeped in wolfy lore, so I am maybe not the best person to say that, but I was utterly shocked that he didn't know that, because I feel like that's a very well-known word. But that's kind of what the question is, right? That, like, sometimes there are words that seem really well-known that people don't know. But yeah, that is fair, and that is part of the struggle too. It's like there are some things where it's like, I'm not gonna info dump you. I'm not gonna tell you at the beginning. I'm gonna tell you later. But the question is, like, can you do it properly so that you intrigue people, and you're like, okay, I know you don't know what this is, but let me intrigue you and bring you along so that you're excited to learn, as opposed to just, you know, confused. Thing. Eddie says, read the midstream question. I'm constantly aware that nothing I write will ever be fully understandable to everyone, so I don't really strive to do that at all. I aim at my target audience and make sure I'm understandable to them instead. The one exception that comes to mind was when I wrote a story from the point of view of an Egyptian farmer and embedded short explanations for things he saw in his dreams into the narration, giving context as to why those things mattered to him to begin with. And on occasion, my Olympus stories involve gods that people might not be too familiar with, such as Pasthea, goddess of hallucinations, in which case I use their titles and epithets in the narration so people know what their domain is, with the rest of the context being already there because my target audience knows the basics of the Greek myth. That is a great point of trying to be understandable to the target audience, that you don't need to be understandable to everyone necessarily, as long as you're understandable to the people who you want to read your piece. That is part of the struggle with this writing group, is because this writing group kind of forces you not to do that. That this writing group forces you to make your story something understandable to everybody, and especially understandable to me, even when I'm not necessarily your target audience. But in general, I think that is a very, very good advice. And yeah, that can be a great way to do it, is to just put little epithets and stuff like that you could say, this thing, you know, epithet, this thing, little explanation, that kind of thing. So let's see. I think I saw people saying that they were okay with me separating it. I think I am gonna do that, because I just feel myself not. I'm gonna finish answering the questions and stuff, but even like right in the midstream question, I usually have more energy. I shouldn't be saying this while an ad's going on. I will pause. I will go back to the to the questions and say this after that. I guess I'll go through Massa's question and then I'll say it, or answer. Massa says, how do I know if something is understandable in my writing? That's the neat thing. I don't. I tend to rely heavily on beta reading. Problem, of course, is most of the people beta reading for me also know my settings, so I think maybe some of the confusing bits make sense to them too. Mostly I try to do what I can to help things along. Sometimes I leave liner notes at the ends of my microfictions. With longer pieces, I just hope I can leave enough clues for it to make sense. Very fair. Beta reading is a great thing to help with this issue, for sure, but it does become a problem when they know the universe. I think there's like the situation of like you have your fans who are always reading your story and familiar with your universe, and then especially when you have like a draft of the novel, you'll have to go to people, you'll have to find specifically people who don't know the universe and be like, please read my story. And then, yeah, it can definitely help to have that author's note. One of the things I really love about using the Discord setup is that you can put author's notes. Those are super helpful. Yeah, that's fair, Eddie, about Monday. Are those, what reptiles are those? Are those like tegus? Nice. And he says, honestly, the funny thing is that the writing group is my target audience, and as the group of writers, curiosity for myths tends to be a shared characteristic among everyone here, hence my mostly laissez-faire approach to dealing with Greek myths. That's a good point! I didn't think about that. That the thing about the writing group is that the one thing that's going to be true of all of us is we're all writers, and we're all going to share those characteristics, and generally writers will like myths and will like stories like that. So that is a great point. Documancer says, I do need to go. My back demands it. Oh no, is your back hurting you? I'm sorry to hear that. It says, I honestly think that at least part of misunderstandings like that are on the reader to untangle. We read stories to expand our horizons and learn new realities, so an unfamiliar word or unseen turn of phrase should be seen as a learning opportunity, either from context as written or by looking it up. After all, what's the point if you already know everything in the story already? I feel like I both agree and disagree, because in one sense, yeah, like you read stuff to learn stuff, and so you don't necessarily come to a story because you're like, I want to have already understood everything that you're going to talk about. Like, yeah, you can totally talk about new things, but it comes down to the image I always use, which is like when I come across a word I don't know, it becomes a blank. And if there's one blank, I can be like, okay, I'll look that up later. Or I can be like, all right, I can understand from the context what's going on. But if it's like a page of blanks, I'm not understanding the story. And if it's bad enough, then I'm probably putting down the book. And so I feel like, yes, like part of it is on the reader to just be like, yeah, like you need to look that up or you need to infer from context. But I do feel like part of that is on the writer, especially... And I don't think you're talking about this, but going back to what Luna was saying, in terms of world building, I think that is on the writer. I don't think that you can just expect the reader to be like, yep, I understand, your world, because it's your world, you made it up. So you do need to explain, what's going on at some point in a novel. Not necessarily in a short story, but, well, it kind of depends. But especially in a novel, if you've got some wacky world building stuff, then that is important to the plot, and the reader will not be able to figure out. You do need to explain that. Norman says, knowing that I don't know many, many things, my answer is just a willingness to look stupid. Trial and error. Put the story out there and see what happens and how people react to it. Get feedback. I've made this mistake enough times now to to put some subtle context wherever possible to explain what I'm referring to without explaining it. I made the mistake a while back writing a story about the Venus de Milo. I'd never once mentioned she was a statue, which in hindsight was a silly assumption because my own knowledge of the Venus de Milo was limited to it's a Greek statue, and everything else I had to research for the story. Yeah, that's a great point, because, like, yeah, to me, too, that's a Greek statue, but if you don't know that name, you'll probably be like, that's a lady, or something like that. That's a great point, too, of, like, you know, so you seem to be kind of coming from the opposite, perspective of that it is on you as the author, and you have to be willing to look stupid as the author, and stuff like that, which is interesting. I think sometimes it's a case of if you know, you know, and if you don't know, you don't know. The biggest complaint when I read American Gods by Neil Gaiman was that it felt like I needed to be a historian to know half the gods he was referring to, but it is what it is. The subject matter of the book meant that you were either going to be fully clued in or up in the dark. So I have not read that, but I feel like that's not I don't know if I agree, because, like, in one sense, it's like, okay, yeah, you could write that sort of book, with, like, okay, like, I am writing this to people who like myths, and only to them, and they are my target audience, and I don't really care if anybody else understands. But I feel like for obscure gods, yeah, you can explain that. You don't have to, like, if that's something that's going to help the reader, and you feel like a lot of people are not going to know, you can give people some context. You don't have to just be like, oh, well, if you know the myths, you know the myths. Because especially if even people who know the myths might not, know. Because I don't like that feeling. I'm feeling like, oh, I need to be a historian or I need to be a scholar on this subject to understand the book. Because I feel like you can offer a very simple explanation that can easily clear up that feeling. And make the story more enjoyable. Okay, so for my question, people said sure, and then only 2. And this is, I've got some chores coming up anyway. Oh, I see. It was not the stream issue for audio. Eris says, my parents passed away a while ago, so I know how important spending time with them can be. And I really want you, Auntie, to enjoy your time with your mom to its fullest. Hugs. That's really sweet. Definitely fallen foul of this multiple times as Decoy. Yes, isn't that what fan fiction is partially for? What are you referring to? What are you answering? I don't know what's going on in the not so private chat. So I think that I am going to save the rest of the stream for another day. I don't want to, like, guarantee it quite yet, because it's possible, it's unlikely that I would be able to do it tomorrow, but it's possible. And it's much more likely I could do it on Monday, but it's also possible something would come up. So I don't want to guarantee it yet, but probably that was exactly 15 minutes. I was talking about the midstream question. That was awesome. So it's probably will be Monday, but I'm not quite guaranteeing that just yet. But I feel like I said, I'm way more tired than usual, and even on, like, the answers to the midstream question here, I feel like I'm tripping over myself and not able to think properly. And so I really want to be able to do the stories properly. I want to be able to give them their due justice, their dues. And on that stream, if you would like to unlock more, I will at least, still have the option to unlock 3 on that story, which is not true today. And then I might practice a 4th so that we can unlock that if you so wish. So the other reason why I am wanting to do this is because I have to talk about prompt 200, and I don't know how long that's going to take, but I feel it's going to be longer than the usual prompt explanation. And so I wanted to give myself time for that. Okay, so, and I will double check. Yep. Didn't think it was going to change. Basically, I had a bunch of, I'm not going to show it, but I had a bunch of different options for, okay, I just realized I hadn't introduced it. So, I want to do like a charity donation stream for the flooding in Brazil. And I was thinking like I could do like the donation part on any stream like I did with the foxes. But I wanted to give a little more gravity and time to this subject. So I am making a prompt for this. And so that prompt is going to be tragedy bringing out the best in us. And that is submitted by Arachnarchista, who is himself in the midst of the strife. I really wanted to have 2 weeks with the Mista prompt thing, personally, and like we have with the redo, which it just like happened to work out that way with the redo thing. But I was like, I want to make it happen here, and so I came up with a bunch of different options for how to make that happen and stuff. And I was like, okay, guys, like, what do you want to do? What situation do you want? And you were all like, we want the normal version. We want just the normal everyday prompt situation. we don't want any weirdness here. So it's just gonna be that Mr. Prompt is prompt 200, which I will talk about in a second. And then prompt 201 is going to be tragedy bringing out the best of it in us, which will that stream will be, you guys will cheer, your cheers will go as donations to the flooding situation in Brazil, instead of to me. So our next prompt, as I have been touting for a very long time, our next prompt is 200, which is a big number, a big day, big prompt. I believe that it was Death's Head who gave this idea, and I ran away with it. Just the idea to go back and do an old prompt which you missed. So I separated this into 2 events. So we have already done redo a prompt, and so the redo was to pick a prompt that you have already done and redo it. This is different. This is do a prompt that you missed. So that means look at the prompt list and look at a prompt that you missed. So this could be like, I don't know if any of us have been here since prompt number 1. So presumably all of us came in later. So those early prompts, yeah, and it will be a different amount for depending on when you came in, but those early prompts, you will not have done. And so you can go back to those early prompts and pick one or multiple if you're a supporter. We'll talk about that in a second, but you can go pick a prompt that you never got the chance to do because you weren't here for it, and do it. The other thing you could do is more literally a prompt you missed. I know that a lot of the times that maybe there's stuff going on in your real life that means that you just can't write that week, so you missed that prompt, or maybe that week you're just not feeling inspired about it, and so you don't. I see your. Never mind. I saw something weird. Maybe you missed it because of life or because you didn't feel inspired that week, but now you do. Just go back and look back. It could be that you've done all the prompts surrounding it, but not that one. You can go back and pick that one, and you can do it. So yeah, this prompt is going to be to do that. To go to a prompt that you either never got the chance to do, or you had the chance but it passed you by, and go ahead and do it. Do you guys want the ability to have 5 stories? So when I did the redo prompt, I was like, I opened up supporters, specifically supporters, not everyone, but so supporters have the benefit, which I didn't talk about at the beginning, I should have, But supporters have the benefit of being able to post multiple stories. So I'm pretty sure I said it was a cocooned benefit. Though I guess maybe I could give it to the bookworms too, if you wanted. But I think it's a cocoon benefit that you can post multiple stories. And that on a normal week means 2. But on the redo prompt, I opened it up to 5. And I'd like to do that again here, because it just feels like there's so many, for most of us at least, I think, there's so many prompts that we've missed. And so they're, personally, I would love the chance to be able to do more, stories. It would probably be more stressful in its own way, but I would love the chance to do 5 stories. And it sounds like Death said also earlier was voting for yes, wanting to have the chance to do 5 stories. So are there any objections? I guess I'll phrase it like that I have 2 yeses. Are there any nays? Are there any no's? Would anybody be like, no, actually, I think you really should keep it to 2? Okay, Drowning Devil says sounds good. Mako says no objections. So if I do not hear any objections in let's see, Wolfsbane says, as someone who has a lot of half-completed stories, this would push me to complete them. Ooh, nice. Massa says, I don't object. I doubt I have more than 1 story, though. Very fair. Very fair. Yes, thank you, Aerith. Just remember that, so it does sound like everybody's cool with this, so I will do 5. I will allow you to do 5. But remember that the same rules for 2 apply to 5. So make sure that you put that do not read tag on 4 of them. And the one that doesn't have the do not read tag, that one is the one that would be eligible for the stream. You can totally have people vote, which is something I do, but you can have in the comments be like, hey, which one do you like the best? Which one do you think can go to the stream? And you can do it. It just has to be done before Friday, before the deadline on Friday. Excuse me. Yeah, so you just have to tag them before the deadline on Friday. So make sure you tag, if you do post 5, make sure you do tag 4 of them, and the one that's not tagged with do not read will be the one that is eligible to be read. Very fair. It's good. I'm all for it, even though I won't probably be able to do more than 1. Fair enough. Time to do some brainstorming, says Drowning Devil. Nice. I think I did say this, but remember, it is a supporter perk. So if you want that perk, and make sure that you support. And you guys can let me know if you're like, hey, I would really like to support. I'd really like that benefit, but I don't have the money to go to the $5 tier, but I could do the $3 tier. Let me know, and we can potentially discuss opening up the multi-story benefits to the $3 tier. But yes. Norman, I will tell you now, I will be very pleased if I manage to get 1 story done, let alone multiple stories. But doing 5 would be awesome. Very fair. Maybe, do you have stories like Wolf that you have half completed? Could you now complete them? Yeah, Death just said that. That's awesome. Yeah, Koryan says, the real challenge for me is picking the prompt. So, I mean, I guess this is something I can try and pull up. So you guys can still see that. Yeah, so if you go over here, this is the VOD archive. So this is 2024, and here's all the ones. And then you can open it up. Just start looking. Just start looking. And probably start at the probably start at the bottom, because assuming that most of us have not done these. Start at the bottom, go up. For choose your prompt, you can... Yeah. So for choose your prompt, you can pick, you know, any of these. So remember, choose your... I mean, I was going to say, choose your prompt itself is not the prompt. But I guess that kind of is this prompt. The Mr. Prompt is choose your prompt. But yeah, so in choose your prompt, you can pick any of these and you're good to go. But yeah, so this just you have all the prompts there to look through. They also are, I think... I opened it all up, and so now I'm scrolling to. I think it's also here. Is it pinned? It is pinned. Yeah, so you can also look here in the Prompt and VOD archive. So this is all 2023, 2022, 2021, 2020, 2019. Yes. So we don't have 2024 in a list like this yet because 2024 is not completed. But you can at least find just the list here if that's easier to you than looking in the forum. Wait, go back. No, don't edit the channel. I don't know why I hit that. I was looking for the pins. See, that tells you how tired I am. If you cannot pick, especially because that's at the beginning. Maybe it's not that far. If you can't pick Moth to a Flame. I'm assuming that a lot of us missed that one. I know I wasn't there for that one. So if you are struggling to pick and you need someone else to make the decision for you, pick Moth to a Flame. Your other choice, if you can't pick, is the same one that I used last time, which is Please Don't Make Me. So if you don't want to use Moth to a Flame, or you did already do Moth to a Flame and you didn't do Please Don't Make Me, then use Please Don't Make Me. But I feel like a lot more people did Please Don't Make Me than Moth to a Flame. So, and then of course you could also just roll the dice as well. I mean, I guess you could pick, that is a prompt. A roll of the dice is one of the prompts. Where is that? Yeah, right there. I guess you could either literally roll the dice, or if you feel yourself inclined to roll the dice, you could pick the prompt, a roll of the dice. Let's see. Drowning Devil says, I'm confused. Can we only do the ones that are set on the list, or can we do any as long as we have not done it? I don't know exactly what you're referring to with the list. You can do any of these, like to all these ones, like all the. You have not written anything, so this entire world is your oyster. You can pick literally anything that is from these forums here. You can pick any of them, and you are good to go. Yeah, only past prompts on the list that you haven't done. Yep, I'm just talking about it, and I'm talking about what to do if you if you can't pick, because people struggle to pick sometimes. Yeah, so I guess the ones to pick if you can't pick are Moth to a Flame, Please Don't Make Me, and a roll of the dice. Those are my suggestions. And I don't think anybody has done all of them, but if any of you have, tell me now. Prompt 37 was your first. Is that Moth to a Flame? Wait, no, down here. Oh, it's what's the catch? It's the one right before it. Oh, that would have been so poetic if it was Moth to a Flame, but that's great. All right, but yes, if you're not read here on the stream, you are not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. They happen. I just opened the stream chat to see a jumping capybara. That is amazing. they're awesome. They do backup readings and, excuse me, what's I gonna say? See, this is how tired I am. They're 5 p.m. Central Time on Sunday, and you can submit your story to read it to others. You can just lurk. You can have other people read your story for you. There is a queue, backup queue in the channel in the Discord for you to post your stories to. It's first come, first serve. Use the format provided. Or else be lost to the bicentennial throng. Ooh, that's interesting. That's awesome. um, Nice. Luna says there's a chance to write 5 different stories per supporter. Dude, that's so many. I'm gonna write 5 for funsies. That's awesome. Yeah, prompt paralysis. And he says this would be the perfect opportunity to write some stories that came to mind, but I didn't end up writing for past prompts. If I weren't gonna get absurdly busy and then therefore tired from work, feel Kaylee telling people to pick a prompt that is "Please Don't Make Me" is itself a short story. Yep, that is why I picked that one. That it's like, oh, that you're basically coming to me being like, "Please don't make me pick." I'm like, all right, then you're doing "Please Don't Make Me." Yeah, it's what you said here, isn't it? You're gonna choose a prompt. Please don't make me. Then write for "Please don't make me." Oh, please don't make me. Yeah. I can assure you no one has been around long enough to have done loving eldritch parents and are still here. Fair enough. So FYI for Luna and Shinny and Joe, if you want to read your stories at the backup readings, you can. I will still read them whenever I end up reading them. This is a weird circumstance, so I'm not going to ban you from doing anything if you so want to read them, at the backups. Thank you for hosting, Kales. Have a good time. Happy Mother's Day to your mom. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms and mother figures. Yes, happy Mother's Day to all your moms. I hope that you have a great Mother's Day. You could pick, that could be another thing. You could pick like myths and mommies, if you want a holiday themed prompt for this coming week. All right. Yes. Okay. Mother of Monsters. Yes, you could do Mother of Monsters or Myths and Mommies. I forgot that one existed. Nice. All right, but yes, I will be seeing you guys. I will be seeing you guys soon. Don't know exactly when, but hopefully soon. Thank you for bearing with me and being willing to split up the stream. That I look forward to reading some more stories, and I hope that you guys have a great week. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to make a fun phrase out of the Mr. Prompt thing, but I guess it's I'm looking forward to seeing you all next week, and I hope you don't miss the prompt, Mr. Prompt. Oh yeah, who's the streamer that you wanted me to raid? Death said. What is their name again? So raid. We could do Gaijin Goomba, but I know Deathside had somebody who. Oh, it was it Make again? No, it was the story something. You said they had stories in their name. Unless Gaijin Goomba is their other name. Okay. Well, I'll raid Gaijin Goomba then. Alright, so yes, I'll see you all next week. I hope you have a good time. Bye-bye.